Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. The rain had been falling all morning, tapping like nervous fingers on the attic skylight as I rummaged through the dusty old trunk. The house had been silent for weeks now, no TV, no phone calls, just the soft creak of the old pine floors and the hollow sighs of wind snaking through the eaves. Since Aunt Maura died, it was just me, a few scattered boxes of her things, and this crumbling house at the edge of the woods. I didn't want to be here. But she'd left everything to me in her will, including debts and unanswered questions. It felt wrong to just walk away. So I came back. The trunk was older than anything else in the attic. Oak, iron-bound, locked until I found the key taped to the underside of her dresser drawer. Something about that unsettled me. Why hide it? And why so specifically tucked away? When the lock finally gave way, the trunk coughed out a sour scent, like old paper and mildew, like something forgotten too long. Inside were folded wool blankets, yellowed photographs, and a small bundle of letters bound in black ribbon. They weren't addressed to anyone. Just dated. The topmost letter was dated 26 years ago, the year I was born. It was handwritten. Shaky script. My aunt's, but something about it looked different. Urgent. The first line stopped my breath. If you're reading this, it means the forest wants you too. Don't listen to the wind at night. It lies. Don't follow the lanterns, no matter how far they lead you. And for God's sake, don't go past the withering pines. They never let you return the same. Below the signature, something had been scrawled in pencil. He waits beneath the roots. I dropped the letter back into the trunk and shut it hard. A sudden gust of wind howled down the chimney, rattling the fireplace grate below me like something clawing to get out. I stood frozen, listening. The wind died, but in the silence that followed, I could have sworn I heard a voice whisper my name from the forest outside. By the time I dared to look out the window, there was nothing but rain and the dark smear of trees beyond the field. No footsteps. No lanterns. Nothing. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the property, boots squelching in the saturated grass. The woods loomed just past the overgrown back field, a thick wall of pine and ash, branches heavy with wet moss. The withering pines. I remembered the name. Locals used it when I was a kid, like it was some old joke. But no one ever went in. Not without coming out different. I didn't plan to go near them. I just needed to clean the house, finalize some paperwork, and then I'd be gone. But the more I walked, the more it felt like something had changed. Like the woods were closer than before. As if the line between forest and field had shifted in the night. By the old well house, I found footprints in the mud. Not mine. Not fresh. But deliberate, deep heel marks, dragging at the toes. Leading out from the tree line. Then, ending. No return tracks. Just a piece of something half buried in the mud, a torn scrap of fabric, dark red, like the color of rotted apples. I picked it up and felt my stomach twist. It was from a raincoat. I recognized the pattern. I hadn't seen it since I was 8 years old, my cousin Lila's coat. The one she was wearing the day she disappeared in these very woods. I never saw her again. I didn't even know the coat had been found. The wind picked up again, whispering through the pines like a low chant. My name again. Too clear to be imagined. I went inside. Locked the doors. Turned every light on. And I made a decision. Tomorrow, I'd burn the letter. I'd call the realtor. I'd leave this place and never come back. But that night, I woke to the smell of wet pine needles and smoke, and the sound of someone knocking, gently, on the attic window. And when I looked up through the glass, someone, or something, was staring in at me. Its eyes were blacker than the sky. It didn't move. The figure beyond the attic window stood perfectly still, face pressed against the rain-slicked glass, breath leaving no fog, no warmth. Just two eyes, bottomless and wet as ancient earth, staring straight through me as if it had always known where I would be, and exactly when. Its outline was hazy in the stormlight, the shoulders wrong somehow, too narrow, too sloped, like something that had put on a man's shape and didn't quite know how to wear it. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My body froze, not out of fear but something deeper. A paralysis that trickled up from my toes, as if the floorboards had latched onto my feet and were whispering to my bones to hold still, to stay, to listen. The knock came again. Tap. 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 Not loud. Not insistent. Just, waiting. My breath returned in short, ragged gasps. I forced myself to move, just an inch, just enough to break the spell, and reached for the curtain cord. The flashlight on the floor was out of reach. I had no weapon. No plan. But I yanked the curtain down in one sweep, blocking out the window, the thing behind it swallowed in heavy brown fabric in silence. I stepped back. My pulse throbbed behind my eyes. When I turned to go back downstairs, I caught a glimpse in the mirror by the attic stairs, just a flash, too fast to process. But it wasn't me. Not fully. My reflection was paused, 1 second behind my movement, mouth slightly open, eyes too wide. And it was still staring at the covered window. I bolted. Down the attic steps, bare feet thudding across the warped boards of the upper hallway. I didn't stop until I reached the kitchen, where the overhead bulb flickered weakly above the rusted sink. The old gas heater ticked faintly beside the back door, struggling against the rising damp. Rain slapped against the windows in bursts. Branches clawed at the glass. I made tea. Don't ask me why, it was instinct. Something warm. Something human. I held the chipped mug in both hands, fingers trembling, and tried to convince myself that it had been a trick of the light. Just a face in the storm. A deer. A branch. A sleep-deprived hallucination. But then I saw the footprints. They started on the windowsill just beyond the kitchen table, faint, muddy impressions. One after the other. Leading down the hallway. Not toward the attic stairs. From them. There were 12 in total. Barefoot. Narrow heel, long toes, as if whatever had stood on the roof had climbed down and walked through the house without ever opening a door. The last footprint ended at the base of the basement door, which was open an inch. I hadn't opened it. I grabbed the cast iron skillet from the stove. The heaviest thing within reach. I stepped forward. Slowly. The door creaked as I nudged it with my toe. A thin draft poured up from below, cooler than the rest of the house, metallic and still. My flashlight was still upstairs. I held the skillet in one hand, bracing the frame with the other, and leaned down just far enough to see. A flicker of lantern light. Not mine. It swayed gently somewhere at the bottom of the stairs, the shadows of the narrow space shifting as if someone stood just out of view, cradling the flame in their palm. I whispered, "Who's down there?" Silence. Then something began to rise from the darkness. Not footsteps. not movement. A sound, wet and slow, like earth being stirred, or tree roots pulling themselves free from the soil. It had weight. It had direction. And it was coming up the stairs. I slammed the basement door shut. Locked it. Pushed the entire kitchen table against it. My breath was ragged. The house felt smaller now, compressed. As if the trees outside had leaned closer, their limbs pressing against the walls, watching. Then, like clockwork, three things happened. The attic curtain blew open upstairs, even though the window was still shut. Every light in the house flickered, once, twice, then died completely. The knock came again. This time, from the front door. I stood in the dark, muscles rigid. Rain tapped the glass like impatient fingers. The knock didn't come again, but something shifted just outside the fogged window. A smear. A shadow. It wasn't moving this time. It was just, watching. When I finally dared to light a candle and peek through the peephole, no one was there. But on the porch lay something folded and damp. A letter. Same black ribbon as the ones I found in the attic trunk. This one was new. The parchment, somehow still dry beneath the rain, bore my name in looping script. It read, "You looked. Now it sees you. The door is not where you think it is. He is already inside." The candle guttered in my hand. I felt cold fingers brush the back of my neck. And the voice whispered again, this time directly into my ear. "Down." I didn't turn around. I couldn't. That voice had not come from a dream, not from memory or madness. It had spoken directly behind me, wet breath against my neck, a whisper that stirred the hairs on my skin as if something were close enough to touch me. I stood frozen in the hallway, candle flickering wildly in my hand, the pale wax dripping hot onto my fingers, and I felt the house around me change. Not in shape. In silence. A deeper hush had fallen, one that didn't feel like emptiness but expectation, like the walls were holding their breath. The kind of silence that comes when a predator enters the clearing, and everything that knows better goes still. The letter in my other hand was cold. Not damp, cold, like it had been pulled from ice. And that ribbon, the black one that had bound it, was no longer on the floor. It had vanished in the second since I'd untied it. Or been taken. I turned, slowly, and saw nothing behind me. Just the hallway stretching back toward the kitchen. The basement door still barricaded by the table. The windows fogged with condensation. But the shadow that had been watching from the yard. It was no longer outside. The front door remained locked. But the air inside the house had shifted. Heavy. Tasting faintly of soil and smoke. I whispered aloud to the empty hallway, "Who are you?" There was no answer. But from the floorboards below my feet, I felt something, a vibration. Not noise. Not movement. Just the subtle hum of something massive and ancient below the house, waiting. I backed away from the door, candle still clutched tight, and stepped over the footprints in the hallway, those dozen muddy imprints still fresh despite the dry floor. I followed them again to the basement door. Something inside me screamed not to go further. But something else, a pull I couldn't explain, urged me on. I moved the table aside. Unlocked the deadbolt. And opened the door. The candlelight didn't reach far. The basement stairs were steep, older than the rest of the house. Unpainted wood, gray with age. The air that flowed up from below was too cold. Wrong for a basement. And behind it, that same deep smell, moss, iron, wet stone, decay. I whispered again, softer this time, hello. Nothing. Just that low, constant vibration underfoot, like the whole house was balanced atop a deep, buried chest, and something inside was stirring. I took the first step. Then another. At the sixth stair, the candle guttered violently and blew out. No wind. No draft. Just gone. And in the dark, something began to breathe. Not me. Not an animal. Big. Slow. Wet. I turned, ready to run, ready to bolt up the steps back into the safety of firelight and locked doors, but behind me, the stairwell was gone. The way back had vanished. Only stone surrounded me now. Damp, smooth, cold. Not walls built by human hands. This wasn't the basement. This wasn't even beneath the house anymore. Somehow, I had gone deeper. The air changed. Denser. More humid. A dim orange glow appeared far ahead, faint, swaying, as if from a lantern held at waist level. My eyes adjusted, and slowly, shapes began to take form around me. Roots. Walls of them. Coiled and twisted like veins. They pressed through the dirt and stone, thick as branches, some with split ends like fingers frozen mid-curl. The tunnel stretched on, curving gently. And behind me, from somewhere in that black corridor I'd come through but could no longer see, I heard the soft crunch of footsteps. I turned back toward the orange glow. Toward whatever was waiting. The tunnel led into a larger space, a cavern of sorts. The ceiling pressed low in places but rose into a vault at the center, where the glow intensified. Dozens of lanterns. Not electric. Old oil lamps, rusted and green with age, each hung from hooks made of bone. And in the center of the room sat a chair. An old rocking chair, its wood worn smooth. And seated in it, back facing me, was a woman with long, matted hair the color of dead leaves. Her hands hung at her sides. Palms up. Skin pale. Fingers bent. The rocking chair creaked slowly, not backward and forward, but side to side. Like something had broken its natural motion. My voice cracked as I spoke. Ma'am. The chair stopped. The woman did not turn. Instead, a voice echoed, not from her, but from all around. From the roots, the ceiling, the floor beneath my feet. You were invited, it said. She left the door open. As she always does. Who? A pause. Then, the one who wore your name before you. I tried to step backward but found my foot stuck. I looked down. The roots had begun to grow around my ankles, not fast, not violent. Just slow and sure, like ivy tightening its grasp over time. Already I could feel them tickling my skin. Let me go, I whispered. I don't belong here. You came. That's enough. The woman in the chair tilted her head ever so slightly. And from the shadows, something else began to emerge. Not human. Tall. Wrong. Dripping with moss. Its face was smooth and blank, like bark grown over a hollow. It had no eyes. No mouth. Just a suggestion of where such things might have once been. And in its hands, it held a second letter. It reached toward me, slow and deliberate, as if offering it in mock kindness. I took it. The paper burned cold in my fingers. I opened it and read. The hollow remembers you. Do not try to leave through the door. There are no doors left. There is only down. The creature stepped closer. The woman in the chair twitched. And then every lantern in the chamber went out at once. Darkness. Total. Not the kind that your eyes adjust to. Not a moonlit absence or a shadowed corridor. This was the black behind your eyelids, the void inside a sealed tomb. The kind of dark that presses against your skin as if it has mass, as if it's leaning in. I didn't move. I didn't speak. The paper in my hands crumbled under the weight of my tightening grip, cold, fibrous, brittle like shed bark. The words were gone now, but they had already taken root somewhere inside me. I could still feel the echo of the last line pulsing with my heartbeat. There is only down. Something stirred near the center of the chamber. I could hear it, roots shifting, wood groaning as if a tree were stretching, waking up after centuries of sleep. It sounded wet. Hungry. I backed up a step, trying not to make noise, trying not to breathe. But the roots around my ankles tugged. Not violently. Not to drag me down. Not yet. They just reminded me they were there. And then, a single lantern lit. No hands had touched it. No spark struck. It just flared alive, sudden and low, casting a dull orange puddle of light at the far edge of the chamber. Just enough to illuminate a narrow opening in the wall, half obscured by thick roots. A tunnel. One that hadn't been there before. The message was clear: follow. Or stay. And I already knew what stayed behind in this room. I didn't want to meet it in the dark. I pulled one leg free with a slow, tearing sound as roots uncoiled from my boot. The other foot came free more reluctantly, leaving behind a wet sock and a sting where something had grazed the skin. I limped toward the tunnel. As I passed the rocking chair, the woman inside it still didn't move. But her mouth had opened. And from it came the sound of scraping claws on wood, and the smell of smoke. I stepped into the tunnel. The roots pulled closed behind me. The lantern didn't move on its own. It was hanging from a post, half buried in the wall. I reached for it, surprised when my hand didn't pass through some illusion but actually grasped the iron loop of its handle. Warm. Solid. Real. A rare gift, down here. The tunnel ahead was tight. Earthen walls pressed in close, glistening with moisture. Fungi sprouted from the ceiling in sickly yellow fans. Tiny insect legs vanished into cracks as the light passed. It smelled like rot and copper. I couldn't tell how deep I was anymore. No stairs. No sense of incline. And yet, down. Always down. As I walked, I noticed something etched into the walls. Marks. Symbols. Words. Some old. Some fresh. Scratched into the dirt with fingernails, some carved in deep with stone or bone or God knows what. And names. Dozens of names, half legible. I ran my fingers across them as I passed. James A. M. Holloway. Lila. Don't forget. I stopped at that one. Lila. My cousin. The one who vanished in these woods when I was a child. This wasn't coincidence. This was history. A record. The hollow remembered. The hollow kept. I pressed on. The tunnel twisted, widened, then opened suddenly into a small hollow space where the roots above bent into a kind of ceiling arch. Inside was a table, formed from a massive, gnarled root flat on top, its legs split like spider limbs. And on the table, a map. drawn in soot and old wax, barely legible. A crude outline of a forest, a cabin, a circle where the hollow should be. I scanned it for landmarks. And at the bottom, in a shaking hand, "Burn the path before you. That is the only way he sleeps." I heard something then. Breathing. Not from behind. From within the lantern. I looked down. The flame swirled. Inside the glass, I saw something twitch, a coil, or a tongue, or a blackened root curling in the fire. It watched me. Not with eyes. Just with awareness. A flame with memory. And it whispered, "Do not look behind you." Of course, I did. I always do. And I wish I hadn't. Because standing in the tunnel, where I had just walked, where no sound of footsteps had followed, was a girl. Soaked to the bone. Face pale. Hair tangled and black. Her arms hung limp at her sides. And her face. Her face was mine. Not exactly. Not fully. But close enough. A wrong echo. Like something had tried to make me and hadn't gotten it quite right. It smiled. That smile that pulls too far up the cheeks. And then it opened its mouth and whispered in a voice too many pitched, like children speaking from a deep cave. "You forgot me." The lantern flared violently in my hand, and in that burst of heat and light, the girl was gone. The tunnel was empty. I was alone. Except for the sound of knocking. Far away. Soft. But not from above. Not a door. This knock was from below. 3 slow, deliberate thuds. As if the earth beneath my feet was a door itself, and someone was waiting underneath it. I didn't want to move anymore. But the lantern pulled. Its heat surged toward the next tunnel bend. The map had shown more, a winding path, a descent that ended in something marked only as the cradle. The place where he slept. Where he waited. Where everyone eventually went. I walked. The walls narrowed again. The ground grew wetter. And up ahead, I saw the first bones. Half buried in the walls. Long, yellowed. Fingers too long. Jaws too small. Not human. Not animal. Something between. Something that used to watch. They lined the path like guardians. Or warnings. And still I walked. Because behind me, I could hear footsteps again. And the sound of my own voice, softly mimicking. "You forgot me." The tunnel narrowed until the air pressed against my ribs with every step. The roots had grown denser, now forming ribs in the ceiling above, arching, curving like the hollow carcass of something long buried. The lantern's flickering flame glowed a sickly orange, no longer comforting, no longer warm. It seemed to cast light only where it pleased, and left the corners darker than before. There were sounds now. Constant. In the walls. Creaking. Breathing. Whispers. I had the sense that I wasn't walking on soil anymore. The floor beneath me had become flesh-like, soft and spongy underfoot, damp with cold fluid that soaked through my remaining sock and into the skin. Each step made a faint squelching noise. I stopped once, lifted my foot, and found that the ground had pulsed gently under the pressure, responding, as though it could feel me. And then came the heartbeat. It started low, subtle. Like distant thunder behind the roots. But it didn't fade. It grew more present. Not just a sound, but a feeling. In my teeth. In the bones of my arms. A slow and rhythmic thump that matched nothing I knew, too slow, too deep. I whispered, "Where am I?" But even the sound of my own voice felt borrowed now, swallowed instantly by the damp breath of the tunnel. There was a bend ahead, a sharp turn into what looked like a wider space. I held the lantern up. On the wall just before the bend, scratched deeply into bark-covered stone, were words. Newer than the others. Fresh enough to glisten. "You've come too far. Let him sleep. You won't come back the same." Beneath those lines, scratched violently over the others. "You're already changing." The chamber opened before me like a split in the earth's throat. The space was enormous, unexpected, impossible beneath the forest floor. A natural cavern or some ancient thing carved it out, but now it pulsed with living roots that dangled from above like tendrils. Some hung low enough to brush the top of my head as I passed beneath. Others curled around the stone like they were drinking from it. And at the center was the cradle. It looked like an altar at first, stone steps surrounding a low pit, overgrown with moss and veins of pulsing red. But no one had carved this. No mason had ever touched it. The stone had formed itself, bent under pressure or grown from something living. The pit was shallow, and inside it, a cocoon. Enormous. Tall as a man, wider than a coffin, woven from roots and sinew and blackened bark. It pulsed in time with the heartbeat in the walls. A shape lay curled inside it, indistinct, as if wrapped in too many layers. I could only make out the suggestion of limbs. And something else, a mask. Made from bone. Set over the face. The lantern in my hand dimmed. I stepped closer, pulled forward by something not my own will. The air around the cradle was colder. Still, despite the pulsing. No breath, no movement. Just the dull sense of being watched. I knelt beside it. And there, half buried beneath the roots at the edge of the cradle's rim, was another letter. This one was older. Mold-stained. Barely legible. But I read it. This is where he was sealed. Not by chains, but by memory. Each of us gave him something he couldn't hold. Our faces, our names, our voices. As long as we are forgotten, he sleeps. I read that last line again. As long as we are forgotten, he sleeps. And suddenly, I understood. The names on the wall. The girl who looked like me. The whispers. The letters. They were offerings. Memories buried. People erased. And now I was down here, carrying every one of them. Remembering. That's what they meant. That's what they feared. I had come looking for answers, for Lila, for the truth in the roots. And in doing so, I had woken him. The cocoon shifted. Only slightly. But it moved. A long breath pushed out from within it, like air forced through centuries of packed earth. My vision swam. The heartbeat in the stone doubled, became irregular. The roots above began to quiver. I staggered backward. And then, from behind the cocoon, something rose. Not human. Her. The woman from the rocking chair. Only now she stood taller than she had in the attic. Her body stretched thin and knotted. Her face was blank, empty sockets where eyes had been, a mouth pulled wide with soil-packed teeth. She glided across the moss without touching it, hands outstretched. And she whispered, not to me, but to the thing in the cradle. He remembers. I turned and ran. Back into the tunnel, the lantern flaring with each breath. But the tunnel was longer now. No familiar bends. No symbols. The earth had changed behind me. Rearranged. It was alive, and it was guiding me. Not away. Deeper. I stumbled. Fell. And the floor gave way beneath me. I didn't hit stone. I fell through roots, through air, through something that screamed as I passed through it. Then blackness. I woke up on my back, on a carpet of damp moss, staring up into a sky that wasn't sky. A canopy of roots formed a ceiling above. They pulsed like arteries, light shining faintly from within them, like stars, or eyes, or memories waiting to be seen. And in the center of the chamber, surrounded by lanterns that had lit themselves, sat a tree. Or what was left of one. Twisted, burned in places, but still rising. At its base, carved in wood, was my name. Not just first and last. My full name. Middle name. Even the ones I never told anyone. And beneath that, the final words. You brought him back. I stood, unsure whether my legs were truly supporting me or if the floor of this place, this burial chamber of roots and memory, was simply holding me up. The moss beneath my feet was warm. Too warm. It pulsed faintly with each beat of the earth's distant, echoing heart, and I realized then that it wasn't moss at all. It was hair. Black. Human. Interwoven with the soil, matted by time and pressure. The realization came with a rush of nausea that hit so fast I staggered to my knees. My hands dug into it for balance, and I felt it recoil. Just slightly. Enough to tell me it wasn't dead. Nothing here was. My name stared back at me from the base of the tree, freshly carved. No bark displaced, no cuts through age, this was grown into the wood. As if the tree had always known it. I knelt closer, unable to stop myself from touching the letters. The moment my fingers traced the M, I heard something like 1,000 whispers speaking in unison from the canopy above. You are not the first. I flinched, heart pounding. The air around the tree had grown thicker, charged with the scent of petrichor, burnt oil, and something deeper, like scorched bone. The lanterns circling the base flared to life, one after another, until the whole glade was lit in a ghastly, flickering halo. And the tree moved. Just a breath. Its branches shifted slightly, not from wind, there was no wind down here, but from something deeper. Its trunk straightened as if in recognition. The carved name began to split, bark tearing outward from the letters. And from within the wound, a face began to push through. Mine. Or close to mine. Twisted, pale, and wooden. Eyes closed. Lips just barely parting as though mid-scream. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. I knew what it was. A replacement. An offering. A vessel. Because I wasn't supposed to leave. That wasn't the point of this place. No one leaves Ash Hollow unchanged. My breath caught in my throat as roots around the edge of the glade began to twitch. Not violently. Not yet. They rose gently from the soil, curling through the hanging lantern light like feelers, like question marks. And then I saw them. The others. Figures. Half-formed, half-remembered. Emerging from the far walls of the chamber, through small tunnels hidden behind curtains of roots. First 1, then 3, then 7. They stepped in slowly, awkwardly, some crawling, some walking with stiff movements like marionettes cut from old cloth and dream fragments. I recognized none of them. And all of them. They each bore part of someone I had known. My aunt. My cousin. An old teacher. The girl I'd seen on the road as a child who vanished before my parents pulled the car over. Their eyes were distant, white-veined and empty. But they stared at me. One figure stepped forward. A man, tall, thin, face too long. His chest moved as if trying to breathe, though I knew he didn't. His mouth opened. And he spoke in my father's voice. You brought it up with you. You named it. Now it knows your shape. I whispered, what is it? But the figure didn't answer. None of them did. They began to circle the tree instead, moving in slow, solemn steps, a procession of forgotten people. Of failed memories. Of souls whose names had been written, spoken, and carried back here. Their march was not rhythmic. It was ritual. The tree began to creak again. A split opened down its trunk, wide and deep, and inside, I saw a door. Made of flesh. Not wood. Not stone. It was skin. Pale. Stretched thin. Veined with black. And it breathed. Not in and out, but trembled, like a closed eye on the verge of opening. I stepped back. The circle of figures stopped walking. They turned their heads toward me in unison, as though puppeted by some singular consciousness. And then, the girl stepped out from behind the tree. The mimic. The one who wore my face. Now dressed in my clothes. My same jacket. My voice emerging from her throat in broken, rasping tones. You made it remember. You brought the fire. She raised her hand, and in her palm, a tiny flame flickered. My flame. The lantern. She'd taken it. I hadn't even noticed when. And she dropped it into the moss. The moment it touched the ground, the roots screamed. It wasn't a sound in the ears, it was pressure in the skull, a thundering cry made of memory and pain. The lantern's fire spread not as flame, but as light through blood, pulsing outward in waves. The girl turned her head toward the tree and smiled. Wake up. The flesh door began to open. A long slit, parting slowly. From within came no light, but sound. Ragged breathing. Chains dragging. Wet soil giving way. A hand reached out. Not flesh. Not bone. But something black, glistening, covered in rotten bark. It gripped the inside edge of the door. Another hand followed. Then a shoulder. A head. No face. Just a mask. White. Featureless. Cracked down the center. The others dropped to their knees in unison. And I knew, I felt it in my ribs, that this was the thing beneath the hollow. The thing they buried. The thing they fed. And now it was awake. The mimic girl turned back to me, her smile warping as if her skin were about to peel away, and whispered one final time. Your place is ready. I ran. Through one of the side tunnels, blindly, without light. The world twisted around me. The roots closed behind me like clenched teeth. The tree screamed, no longer wood, but womb, birthing a nightmare into the world. And behind me, I heard footsteps. Mine. Echoing forward. As if I was chasing myself. Or being replaced. I don't know how long I ran. The tunnel behind me writhed, sealing itself as I went. The sound of it, roots grinding against stone, wet moss slapping shut, was sickening. Every few seconds I heard the snap of something brittle cracking underfoot, but I didn't look down. I couldn't. I knew if I stopped to see what I was trampling, I wouldn't be able to keep going. And then the lanterns returned. They appeared one by one, hanging from the roots like fruit, each one flickering to life just as I reached it. They didn't offer guidance. They offered a choice, left or right, down or deeper. Forks in the path that hadn't existed seconds before. The hollow was shifting again, designing itself as I moved, reshaping its insides like a creature pulling its own skin tighter around a prey. Eventually I stumbled into a large space where the tunnel opened into a wide, low chamber. The ground was dry here. Dry and cracked, like an old drought-exposed riverbed. My steps echoed for the first time in hours, or maybe days. I collapsed against a boulder and finally allowed myself to breathe. That was when I saw them. Figures. Dozens of them. At first, I thought they were statues. But then the flickering lanterns swayed just enough to reveal their slow, rhythmic movements. They weren't dead. They were stuck. Their lower halves were fused into the ground, stone where skin should have been, roots where legs had once been. They reached toward the ceiling with cracked, gnarled hands, mouths open in silent screams. Some had faces contorted in horror. Others were eerily calm. And one of them looked directly at me. A man, about 40 maybe. Missing one eye. His free arm twitching like it was trying to break the stone binding his waist. His mouth moved. No sound came out. But he kept mouthing the same word. Run. He mouthed it again. And again. Louder, though I still heard nothing. Run. And then I heard the other voice. Not his. From behind me. From the ceiling. The walls. From beneath the ground. They tried to leave, too. I turned, slowly. A figure stood at the other side of the chamber, half lit in lantern glow. Not the mimic this time. A boy. Maybe 10 or 11. He was barefoot, shirtless, wearing a necklace of old keys. His face was bruised. Not fresh wounds, time-worn bruises, like the memory of beatings. His eyes were too old, like he'd been down here far longer than a human mind could hold. Who are you? I whispered. He didn't move. Just tilted his head. I was the first to walk it, he said softly. I followed the lights. I listened to the knocking. I went down like the letter told me to. I stared at him. How long have you been here? He smiled, showing too many teeth. Before the fire. Before the trees burned. Before the hollow was hollow. His body flickered for a moment, like a candle caught in a gust, and I saw something beneath him. A second shape, larger, hunched, insectal. He was a shell. A mask. A thing worn like clothing by something older. Then it was gone, and he was just a boy again. He walked toward one of the rooted statues and touched its face. This one was my mother. She came looking for me. A pause. She almost made it out. I could feel my heartbeat thudding in my neck. You don't want to leave, he said, still stroking the woman statue's cheek. Leaving means you're remembered. And memory feeds him. It unlocks the cage. My voice trembled. But if I forget, if I am forgotten, does that mean he stays sealed? He looked up at me then, and for the first time, he looked like a child. No, he whispered. Because you already remembered too much. And you brought your flame. And you read every word. I staggered backward, toward the other side of the chamber. The man with one eye mouthed the word again, desperately, silently. Run. The boy's expression darkened. You'll join them soon. And the floor beneath me opened. No time to scream. No time to brace. I dropped straight through the dry earth and into water, icy, foul, thick with floating debris that clung to my skin. I surfaced gasping, flailing, the lantern now gone. The only light came from above, but the ceiling had already closed. I was alone in a black, root-laced pool. Something brushed against my foot. Then again. I kicked and swam toward what I hoped was a ledge. My hands found rough stone, slimy and sharp with growths. I clawed my way up onto it, coughing, shaking, teeth chattering. And then I heard the singing. A woman's voice. Soft. Low. Crooning. It echoed off the walls of the underground cistern like lullabies from a long-forgotten mother. The voice was familiar. So familiar. I turned. And on the far side of the water, seated on a throne of woven vines, was Aunt Mora. Her skin was green-gray. Her eyes were sunken. Her dress was made from bark and hair and thread. But it was her. At least, it used to be. She didn't look at me. Just sang, voice floating across the water like smoke. I wanted to speak. But something in me knew better. And then her head twitched up. Her mouth stopped moving. And she said, in a voice that belonged to no one living, "He can wear you now." The walls of the chamber began to pulse, a slow undulating rhythm that matched the sound of water dripping in the far distance. A face formed in the stone beside me. Not carved. Not painted. It pushed outward, stretching the stone like soft clay. It opened its mouth wide, and I saw my own teeth, too many, wrong angles. It bit at the air, then vanished into the wall. I fled. Down a narrow passage that formed suddenly beside the pool, like a throat opening. It didn't matter anymore where I went. There was no up. No path back. There was only flesh and root and memory. And far behind me, echoing from somewhere I could no longer see, I heard the mimic girl scream. "You gave him your name." The passage narrowed again, this time so tightly that I had to crawl on hands and knees. The walls weren't stone anymore, they were wet tissue, layered with veins that pulsed faintly beneath a translucent membrane. My palms sank into it with every movement, and I felt the occasional twitch beneath the surface, like something responding to my touch. It was no longer a tunnel. It was a throat. I was inside the hollow now. Not the place. The thing. The thing they had buried beneath Ash Hollow all those years ago. Every story, every name scratched into the bark, every whisper passed through the leaves, they weren't just echoes. They were cells of a living body. A memory organism that fed on remembrance, on grief, on identity. And I had fed it well. I crawled deeper, not because I wanted to, but because there was no direction left to resist. The path behind me had collapsed into flesh. The mimic's voice no longer echoed. Even the boy in the chamber of the rooted statues was gone now. I was alone. Truly alone. And yet, something knew I was here. I emerged from the passage into a low-ceilinged room. The walls here were packed dirt again, but wet with some kind of dark secretion. In the center stood a crude wooden frame, like a door ripped from an old farmhouse and mounted on stilts. There was no wall around it, just the frame. Suspended in air. Its surface shimmered. Like glass. Like memory. I stepped closer. and saw my own reflection. But not the one I remember. This version of me was older, more worn. My eyes were sunken, mouth tight with silence. The version in the mirror wore the same clothes but held something in its hands, a root, twisted into the shape of a heart. I reached toward the glass. The reflection did not move. I touched it, and it opened. The moment I crossed the threshold, I was back. Not in the forest. Not in the hollow. But in my childhood bedroom. The posters on the wall. The soft hum of the fan. The half-burned nightlight still flickering in its socket. It was too perfect. That was how I knew it was wrong. I turned slowly. And there she was. Lila. Sitting on the edge of my bed. Her legs kicked slightly over the edge. She wore her raincoat, the yellow one with the muddy hem. The one she'd worn the day she vanished. Her eyes were too big for her face, and they never blinked. "You're not real," I said softly. She smiled. "Neither are you. Not anymore." I stepped back. "You were supposed to forget," she continued, her voice small, empty. "You weren't supposed to come back. We bury the names. We bury the stories." Her smile faltered. "But you dug." The world around me started to tremble, the fan whirring louder, posters peeling away from the wall. Her face cracked, just a thin fissure at first, then more, like porcelain fracturing from inside. Roots burst from her mouth, her eyes, her fingertips. And the walls of my bedroom peeled away like paper soaked in gasoline. I fell again. This time into teeth. The chamber was massive, an open cathedral of bone and root and writhing vines. All around me, massive rows of teeth jutted from the floor and ceiling, layered like the jaws of some prehistoric god. Some were clean. Others were stained brown. All of them were human-shaped but too large, some the size of tree trunks, others cracked and worn down to black nubs. Between them, tiny things scuttled. They watched me. I did not want to know what they were. There were mirrors, too. Dozens. Hundreds. Some small, hung by twine. Some embedded in the roots themselves, warped and stretched. All of them showed different versions of me. One with no face. One smiling too wide. One with a tree growing out of its mouth. One wearing a crown of fire, holding a lantern like a severed head. And each time I looked into one, it whispered. Not in my voice. Not even in words. Just thoughts, fragments of who I'd been, or could have been, had I made different choices. And one of them showed Lila. Not the mimic. The real Lila. She stood in a clearing I recognized from childhood. Waving. Mouth moving. I pressed my hand to the glass. It was warm. And I heard her speak for the first time in years. I didn't run. You left me. The mirror cracked. The rows of teeth began to close. The cathedral groaned, shifting its shape. The vines above me twisted, reaching toward the center of the room where a small, perfectly round pool had formed. It wasn't water. It was ink. Black and glistening, rippling with every tremble of the hollow. A voice spoke again. Not from around me. From inside me. This is where names go to drown. I fell to my knees beside the pool. My reflection wavered. I was changing. My skin, too pale now. My eyes, ringed in darkness. Something in me had already rooted itself. I'd been breathing this place for too long, carrying too many of its ghosts. A single root floated in the ink, knotted like a noose. It pulsed when I looked at it. I knew the offer: take it. Accept the memory. Become the next part of the hollow. Or fight it, and be devoured. I reached toward it, then stopped, and said aloud, to the chamber of teeth, to the cathedral of mirrors, to the thing wearing my cousin's skin. You can't bury me. I know who I am. And something paused. The walls trembled. Not in rage. In hesitation. The pool stilled. Then something deeper spoke, a voice that came from every root, every lantern, every drop of ink and marrow and rot that made up this place. Then prove it. And just like that, the ground split. The hollow opened its mouth. And I fell once more. Down, always down. Toward what waits at the very bottom. The fall didn't end in impact. It ended in sound. A long, groaning note, a blend of wind through dead trees and iron scraping over stone, rose up from below as I dropped. It didn't echo. It absorbed. Everything in this place took sound and held it like breath underwater, releasing it only when it served the hollow's purpose. And then I landed. Not on rock. Not on soil. But on something that moved. A soft, warm surface that shifted just enough to let me know it was alive. Not animal. Not plant. Something between. It exhaled beneath me, slow, long, and full of memory. I pushed myself up. The space I'd landed in was vast, domed, its ceiling lost to shadow. Thick ropes of root hung like inverted rivers, twitching at their tips like fingers probing for forgotten things. Every surface pulsed softly, like the inside of a sleeping lung. But it wasn't asleep anymore. I had made sure of that. The center of the chamber was dominated by a massive circular pit. Its edges were marked with pale bone pylons, sharpened into spears. At the center of the pit, a mouth. Not metaphorical. Not symbolic. A literal mouth, stitched wide into the floor of the hollow, ringed by cracked teeth of stone and horn and finger bones. It opened and closed with an aching slowness, each breath drawing in not air, but names. I heard them as I got closer, whispers pulled from the roots around me. David. Aunt Mora. Lila. You. The last one nearly knocked me backward. It was my voice. The hollow knew me now. And it wanted to speak. I approached the edge of the pit, hands trembling, knees unsteady. The ground was moist and sticky underfoot, and with each step, memories rose around me, not thoughts, not dreams, but smells, textures, tastes from my past. Charred marshmallows at a childhood fire. The smell of my mother's old wool coat. Blood on the inside of my lip after biting it in a fight. Lila's laughter, rising through the trees like a thread of light. And then, her scream. Short. Sharp. Cut off. The hollow had that too. I dropped to my knees at the edge of the pit, unable to look away from the yawning mouth below. It gaped open now, wide and endless, and inside, I saw eyes. Not one. Hundreds. All sizes. All colors. All staring. All mine. Each a version of me I could have been. Each a piece I had forgotten, buried, edited, abandoned. A chorus of almosts. And then the hollow spoke again. This time, the voice did not come from inside me. It came from the mouth itself. You are made of lost things. I didn't answer. You carry the weight of dead names. You dug them up. You lit their graves with fire. And now you've come to give me your root. I looked down. In my hand, without realizing it, I was holding the same twisted root that had floated in the ink pool. It throbbed in rhythm with the hollow's breath. A noose. A knot. A key. My hands moved on their own, raising the root toward the pit. Toward that gaping throat of memories. I fought it, gritting my teeth, pulling back. The hollow growled. Let me plant you. The mouth opened wider. The stone teeth shuddered. The floor beneath me cracked. Roots surged upward from the pit like vipers, wrapping around my ankles, thighs, waist, chest. Tightening with terrifying care. I couldn't scream, my lungs filled with cold sap. I tried to thrash, but every movement just invited more vines, more grasping tendrils. And then, just as they reached my throat, the singing returned. Lila's voice. Real. Not mimic. Not mask. Not hollow. It came from somewhere nearby. I turned my head just enough to see her. The real her. Dirty, bloody, soaked in moss and grief, but real. She stood behind one of the bone pylons, holding a lantern of her own. The same kind of flame I'd carried. The fire flickered in her hand, unstable, wild. Let him go, she whispered, her voice stronger than I remember. The hollow paused. The roots around my chest loosened, slightly. The mouth hissed, and dozens of the eye lights blinked in unison. Lila. I croaked. She stepped forward. You shouldn't have come for me. I tried to speak, but she cut me off with emotion. You were supposed to forget. That's how this thing dies. Starve it. Let the names rot. But you remember. You dug. I wanted to find you. You found me, she said. But the hollow wore me. It wore us all. We're not people down here. We're seeds. You carried me like a story. Like a wound. She raised the lantern. The flame brightened. The hollow's roots shrank back. You remember me too well. And now we both burn. And then she threw the lantern into the pit. The fire didn't just burn. It howled. The moment it touched the mouth, the entire chamber screamed, a million memories rupturing all at once. The roots coiled backward, spasming. The stitched jaw of the hollow twisted in pain, teeth cracking, bones snapping like old branches underfoot. And the eyes inside the mouth began to melt. Not with fire. With grief. They wept until they were gone. I fell to the side as the vines released me, coughing up sap, bile, memories. Lila collapsed too, her lantern arm blackened by the throw. We crawled toward each other. She whispered, if you know my name, I'll never leave this place. Tears burned down my face. Then I'll forget it, I said. I promise. Her smile cracked with sadness. And then she turned to ash in my arms. Not like dust. Not like flame. Like a thought finally let go. The mouth stopped moving. The pit sealed. And for the first time since I'd stepped into Ash Hollow, the air grew still. Not dead. Not silent. Free. I don't remember how I got out. Somewhere in the firelight and tears and dissolving roots, the forest took shape again. The moss dried. The stone beneath my feet became trail. The weight in my chest lightened. I walked. Not toward home, but away. Until the trees opened and the road returned. Until the cabin was just a ruin. Until the hollow was buried once more beneath years of dirt and forgetting. And I don't say her name anymore. Not to anyone. Not even to myself. Because down there, beneath the teeth and the fire and the roots, the hollow still listens. And it remembers every word. The air outside was cool, crisp, the kind of chill that bites at your skin and fills your lungs with a sharp, biting clarity. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I was above ground. Sunlight filtered through the trees, painting golden patterns on the leaf-strewn earth. The wind whispered in the pines, carrying the faint scent of rain and pine sap. A normal forest, untouched by the horrors below. But I knew better. The hollow wasn't gone. It wasn't buried. It wasn't dead. It was waiting. Breathing. Watching. Because some things never forget. I sat on a moss-covered stone at the edge of the forest, the events of the hollow still burning in my veins like molten fire beneath skin. My hands trembled as I touched the spot where the twisted root had once been pressed to my palm, now gone, but never truly erased. The promise I made, the silent vow to forget her name, Lila's name, was a fragile shield, barely holding back the memories threatening to flood back. My mind was a storm of images. The mimic girl with my face, smiling that impossible smile. The bone pit with hundreds of eyes that belonged to versions of me I never was. Lila's lantern flame, bright and fierce, thrown into the hollow's gaping mouth. The final collapse of roots and teeth, the hollow's scream of grief and rage and surrender. But I also saw something else. A shadow. A whisper beneath the trees. Something watching from just beyond sight. I tried to stand. The forest seemed to shift underfoot, as if the earth itself breathed with me. I felt a cold brush against my ankle. Looking down, I saw a single black root, thin as a finger, weaving through the moss toward me. I recoiled. The root twitched. And then it vanished. The sun dipped lower behind the trees, the golden light turning to a bruised purple as dusk settled. I forced myself to move. To leave the edge of the forest and head back to the small town nearby. I needed to speak. I needed to tell someone. But when I reached the town's edge, the streets were empty. The windows dark. The air dead. No cars. No footsteps. No life. Just silence. I walked into the square. The fountain was dry. The benches covered in fallen leaves. A breeze stirred a piece of paper caught in the gutter. I picked it up. It was a letter. Handwritten. The same brittle paper I'd found in the attic. The same ink, smudged, faded, but unmistakable. It read, "They always come back. They carry the flame. They burn the path so the hollow can remember. And it never forgets." A chill slid down my spine. Behind me, the air grew thick. I turned. There, standing in the shadow of a cracked street lamp, was the mimic girl. Not a shadow. Not a memory. Real. Her smile was wide, unnatural. Her eyes deep wells of darkness. She stepped forward. "You promised," she whispered. "You can't break the pact." My heart pounded. I wanted to scream. To run. But my feet were rooted. Like the hollow's roots themselves had taken hold. "Who are you?" I demanded. She laughed, a dry, cracked sound like dead leaves skittering in the wind. I am what the hollow wears when it walks in your world. I am the forgotten made flesh, the names buried too deep but clawing back. You gave me your face, your voice, your flame. Now I come for the rest. Her hands reached out. I felt the cold creep of roots weaving through my skin, tightening like shackles. I struggled. But it was no use. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Clear. Strong. From the darkness behind her. Leave him. Lila stepped forward. Not a ghost. Not a memory. But a living ember. Her eyes shone with a fierce light, the lantern flame burning bright in her hand. The mimic girl hissed. You cannot stop what you became. Lila's voice was steady. I am what you forgot. The two figures clashed, not with fists or fire, but with shadows and light, with memories and forgotten promises. I fell to my knees, breath ragged. The world around me flickered. The hollow's roots pulled tight inside my mind, threatening to drag me back into the dark, the endless pit, the screaming teeth. But Lila sang. A song of release. Of forgetting and remembering. Of letting go. And with every note, the roots inside me loosened. The mimic girl screamed, shrank, and finally vanished like smoke caught in the wind. The night sky opened above. Stars winked down like distant lanterns. I stood, breath shaky, heart heavy. The hollow was still here. Still hungry. Still waiting. But so was hope. I walked away from the empty town, the forest behind me whispering. A warning. A promise. A lullaby. You carry the flame. The night swallowed the town whole. The empty streets stretched before me like veins of shadow, slick and cold. Above, the stars flickered weakly, as if afraid to shine in the presence of the hollow's lingering breath. My footsteps echoed hollowly against cracked pavement, but the weight in my chest was far heavier than loneliness. It was the tether of something ancient, something that had been waiting beneath the surface of the world, patient and starving. I moved without purpose, pulled by a silent thread deeper into the skeletal arms of the forest. The trees themselves seemed to lean closer, their branches whispering in voices I almost recognized, the desperate voices of those who'd been swallowed by the hollow before me. Behind me, the town lay still, dead. Before me, the darkness thickened, and I knew there was no turning back. As I crossed the threshold where pavement gave way to moss and dirt, I caught the faintest flicker, like the glimmer of a dying candle flame, trembling at the edge of sight. I reached into my pocket. Empty. The lantern was gone. I had thought the flame inside me, the fire of memory and hope, was enough to light my way. But now, without the lantern, every step was a dive into deeper shadows. The forest grew tighter, the trees twisting into grotesque shapes, their bark stretched thin like cracked skin. Roots tangled at my feet, pulling me down, whispering secrets and lies. The scent of wet earth mixed with decay, rich and suffocating. And then, far ahead, a faint glow. I stumbled toward it, breath ragged, muscles burning, the cold pressing against my skin like a shroud. The glow was a circle of lanterns, hung from branches, swaying in a wind I couldn't feel. Each lantern was old, rusted metal cages holding flickering flames that pulsed like slow heartbeats. In the center of the clearing was a figure, seated on a throne of knotted roots and withered leaves. Her face was hidden beneath a veil of black vines, but her hands, resting on the armrests, were pale and skeletal. A crown of thorns circled her head, woven from the twisted branches of the oldest tree in Ash Hollow. As I stepped closer, the lantern flames danced, their light casting moving shadows that twisted like fingers across the ground. The figure spoke, her voice soft as the rustling leaves but sharp as broken glass. "Welcome back, bearer of flame." I froze. "Who are you?" I whispered. She lifted her head slowly, revealing a face both beautiful and terrible. Eyes like hollowed-out stars, burning with ancient sorrow. "I am the Queen of Forgotten Names." Her smile was both a blessing and a curse. "I am the Hollow's heart." She gestured, and the lanterns around us flickered violently, sending shards of light stabbing into the darkness. "Every name lost beneath these roots feeds me. Every forgotten promise builds my throne. Every spark of memory, like yours, both sustains me and burns me." I swallowed hard, fighting the chill that crawled down my spine. "Why am I here?" "To decide." Her eyes bore into mine. "To decide if the hollow consumes you, or if you can become its light." I shivered. "What choice do I have?" The Queen's fingers twitched, and the lanterns dimmed to a ghostly glow. "You have always had choice. But the cost is steep." She rose, stepping down from the throne with a grace that belied her twisted form. Around her, the roots began to writhe, and from the earth emerged the silhouettes of those who had come before me, faces worn and hollow, their bodies entwined with bark and root, their eyes empty but watching. "You can give me your name," she said, voice like falling ash. "Let yourself be forgotten, become one with the hollow's breath." She held out her hand. A blackened root, twisted and alive, pulsed softly within her grasp. My heart thundered. I looked at the root in her hand. It was the same shape as the noose I had carried, the key to the hollow's prison. I remembered the voices, the eyes, the drowning ink. The cost of forgetting. I remembered Lila's lantern, her sacrifice. The fire. "I won't be forgotten," I said, voice shaking but firm. The Queen's smile widened, sharp as shattered glass. "So be it." She stepped back, and the ground beneath her cracked open. From the fissure rose a tide of darkness, thick and suffocating. The faces in the roots screamed silently as the shadows reached toward me. But then, a light bloomed in my chest. Not the lantern's flame. Not fire. Something deeper. A pulse of defiance. The Queen recoiled, her eyes narrowing. "You carry the fire of the remembered." I stood taller, feeling the roots around me shudder in response. "You cannot drown what is still burning." The shadows writhed and hissed, clawing at the edges of the light, but it held firm. And then, from the forest beyond, a wind rose, carrying with it the voices of those lost. Not forgotten. Whispers and laughter, tears and stories. The hollow trembled. The Queen's crown of thorns cracked and splintered. She screamed, an ancient, broken sound. And then she vanished. The lanterns flickered back to life. The roots relaxed. The clearing brightened with dawn's first light filtering through the trees. I was alone. But I was no longer afraid. I took a deep breath. And walked away from the hollow. Dawn crept through the branches like a tentative breath, its golden fingers prying apart the dense shroud of night that had gripped the forest for so long. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, but beneath the surface of these familiar smells lingered something alien, something that unsettled the bones and stirred a quiet unease deep within the marrow. I stood alone in the clearing, the afterimage of the Queen of Forgotten Names fading like smoke in my mind. Her presence had been a wound pressed against the world itself, a living fissure in reality where shadows bled into form and memory turned to rot. But with her vanishing, a fragile stillness settled over the forest, a silence that was neither peace nor calm but the lull between storms. I took my first steps away from the hollow's heart, but each footfall seemed weighted with the residue of what I'd left behind. The twisted roots and gaping maws, the faces pressed into bark, the silent screams trapped in stone, they weren't gone. They had seeped into me, embedding themselves in the fibers of my being. As I moved through the forest, the shadows flickered at the edges of my vision. The wind whispered a language I could almost understand, a tapestry of faint voices woven with sorrow, regret, and unspoken warnings. It was as if the forest itself was alive with the memories of those it had consumed, their stories carried on the breeze, waiting for someone who could hear. Suddenly, a chill wrapped around my neck, sharp as a blade. I turned and saw a figure standing just beyond the trees. She was draped in a cloak of woven leaves and silver threads, her eyes glowing faintly like embers in the dusk. Her hair cascaded in waves of midnight, and her smile was both knowing and sorrowful. "Why do you linger, bearer of flame?" she asked, her voice a melody that both soothed and unsettled. I hesitated. "I don't know how to leave," I admitted. "The hollow, it's inside me now. The fire burns, but so does the darkness." She nodded, stepping closer until the light of the dawn touched her face. "I am Silva, the keeper of the lost. I guide those who carry the hollow's curse, those caught between memory and oblivion." Her gaze pierced mine, searching. "You have survived the mouth and the queen. That is no small feat, but the hollow does not release its children so easily." Silva reached out and touched my chest where the pulse of fire still flickered faintly beneath my skin. "The flame you carry is both your weapon and your prison. It keeps the darkness at bay, but it also draws the hollow's hunger." I clenched my fists. "What must I do?" Her eyes softened. "You must walk the path of the forgotten. Only by facing what you have buried, those names, those memories, can you hope to tame the hollow within." She turned, gesturing for me to follow. We walked deeper into the forest, where the trees grew ancient and gnarled, their bark scarred with the marks of centuries. The canopy thickened, blotting out the sun until the world was cloaked in a dim, green twilight. The air hummed with a strange energy, and the ground beneath our feet pulsed with life. Silva led me to a clearing where a circle of stones stood, each one etched with runes that glowed softly in the fading light. "Here lies the Veil of Names," she explained. "A threshold between this world and the realm of forgotten memories." She gestured to the center of the circle. "There you will face the echoes of your past. The faces you have tried to forget. The stories you left unfinished." I swallowed hard. The weight of what lay ahead pressed down like a shroud. Stepping into the circle, the world around me shifted. The trees faded, replaced by mist and shadows. Voices rose like a chorus, soft at first, then swelling into a tempest of whispers, cries, laughter, and pleas. Figures took shape in the fog, blurred and shifting, half-formed and haunting. They were the lost. The forgotten. The ones who had been consumed by the hollow's hunger. And among them, I saw faces I recognized, my father, his eyes hollow, my childhood friend, smiling through tears, Lila, her lantern dimmed but still glowing faintly. Each one reached toward me with hands of smoke and sorrow. I felt the flame inside me flare. It was a beacon and a shield. I opened my mouth to speak, to call out to them, but the voices surged, drowning my words. "Remember us," they cried. "Remember who we were. Forget us, and we drown." The air grew thick with their pain. Their stories spilled into my mind, lives cut short, promises broken, love lost and betrayed. I staggered, overwhelmed. But then Silva's voice cut through the chaos. Hold fast. You must weave their memories into your fire. Only then can you forge a path beyond the hollow. With trembling hands, I reached out to the figures. I touched their faces, their hands, their hearts. And with each touch, the flame inside me pulsed, absorbing their stories, their pain, their hope. The whispers grew softer, then still. The figures smiled, their forms solidifying, their faces peaceful. One by one, they faded into the light. When the last figure vanished, the mist lifted, and the forest returned. Silva stood beside me, her eyes gleaming with pride. You have taken the first step toward freedom. But the hollow still waits, I said. It's not over. No, she agreed. It never ends. But you carry the flame now, the flame of remembrance and release. She handed me a small lantern, its light steady and warm. Let this guide you through the darkness. As I stepped out of the circle, the forest seemed less oppressive. The shadows retreated. The wind carried a new song, a song of healing, of memory honored, of names reclaimed. But somewhere deep beneath the earth, the hollow stirred. Watching. Waiting. Hungry. And I knew my journey was far from over. The lantern in my hand was a fragile flame against the deepening dusk of Ash Hollow's ancient woods. Its warm glow cast dancing shadows on the gnarled roots that stretched like veins through the moss-covered ground, each step forward stirring whispers that clung to the air like cold mist. Silva's words echoed in my mind, let this guide you through the darkness. But the darkness was not just outside, it was threaded inside me, in my blood, in my bones, and in every buried fragment of memory that still pulsed beneath the surface. The forest had changed since I first stepped into it after leaving the hollow's heart. It was alive, yes, but in a way that felt both vibrant and sinister, as though the trees themselves were ancient sentinels guarding secrets too terrible to speak aloud. I had thought the flame in my hand was protection, a beacon to keep the consuming shadows at bay. But the deeper I walked, the more I realized it was a signal. A summons. The path ahead wound like a serpent between ancient oaks twisted by centuries of storm and sorrow. Each tree seemed carved with marks of forgotten names, scratches, carvings, symbols worn by time, telling stories only the forest could read. The lantern's flame flickered violently as if reacting to their presence, and the air thickened with an oppressive weight, as if the woods themselves were breathing, waiting. A sudden chill swept the clearing, and I halted, heart hammering. From the shadows, figures emerged, tall, thin, cloaked in tattered robes that seemed woven from shadow itself. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods, but their eyes, when glimpsed, were twin embers burning faintly beneath the fabric. They moved silently toward me. One stepped forward, voice a dry whisper that scraped like dead leaves. You carry the flame of the remembered, it said. But do you hold the strength to face the forgotten? Silva's presence was beside me in an instant. The forgotten ones, she murmured, eyes darkening. Souls lost to the hollow's hunger, caught between the veil, forever seeking release. The figures circled us, their voices weaving a haunting chant, an ancient lament filled with sorrow and fury. I gripped the lantern tighter, feeling the heat pulse against my palm. I am not afraid, I said, voice trembling but steady. The tallest figure lifted its hood, revealing a face pale as moonlight, eyes sunken but burning with an otherworldly fire. Bravery is a kind flame, but it can burn you alive. The figure extended a hand, and suddenly the forest around us twisted and blurred. I was no longer in the woods. I stood on the edge of a vast plain shrouded in mist, gray and endless. The sky above was a storm of swirling ash and smoke, and the ground beneath me was littered with fragments, shattered memories, broken dreams, names forgotten by time. Faces flickered in the haze, some weeping, others screaming silently into the void. Among them, I saw shadows of myself, fragments of who I might have been if the hollow had claimed me. The tallest figure's voice echoed, disembodied now. This is the realm of the forgotten. Here, memories fade and souls wander, trapped by the weight of what they have lost. I stepped forward, each footfall sinking into the cold earth. The lantern's light flickered and waned. From the mist, hands reached out, pale, desperate. I recoiled, but the hands grasped at me, pulling me closer to the swirling haze. Suddenly, a voice pierced the fog. Clear, strong, and familiar. Remember. It was Lila's voice. Her lantern's flame flickered before me, casting warm light that cut through the gloom. I closed my eyes and breathed deeply, letting her memory fill the darkness. The mist recoiled. The hands loosened. When I opened my eyes, the landscape had changed. Where there had been endless gray, a path of glowing roots now stretched ahead, alive with soft light, pulsing with ancient energy. The forgotten ones stepped back, their forms wavering like smoke. Silva's voice whispered beside me. The path of forgotten shadows. Walk it, and reclaim what was lost. Only then will the hollow's hunger be sated. I followed the glowing roots, each step a journey through my own past. Visions rose around me, moments I had tried to bury. A summer afternoon, laughter echoing through the trees. A face in the window, watching silently. A whispered promise broken. Each memory burned like embers in the flame I carried. At the path's end, I found a pool of black water, still and glassy, reflecting the twisted stars above. The surface rippled, and a face appeared, my own, but older, wearier, etched with pain and loss. It smiled sadly. "Do you remember me?" it asked. I nodded. "I remember all of you." The face dissolved, and from the pool rose a figure cloaked in shadow. "Then you are ready." The figure reached out, and the lantern flared bright, blinding. When the light faded, I was back in the forest clearing, the first rays of dawn painting the sky with hues of fire. Silva stood before me, her eyes shining with pride and sorrow. "You have walked the path of forgotten shadows and returned stronger. But the hollow still waits, and the roots grow ever deeper." She handed me a small key, twisted and ancient, forged from bone and root. "This unlocks the final gate." I took the key, feeling its cold weight settle into my palm. As I turned to leave, the forest sighed around me, the whispers softening to a gentle murmur. The journey was far from over. The hollow's hunger had not been sated. But for the first time, I felt a flicker of hope, a flame not just to survive the darkness, but to challenge it. The key was cold in my hand, heavier than I expected, as if forged not from mere bone and root, but from the very marrow of the hollow itself. Its twisted shape burned with an ancient power that whispered to the deepest recesses of my mind, a language older than memory. I felt its weight anchor me, a tether binding me to the shadowed fate that awaited beyond the final gate. Silva's eyes, glowing softly in the dim light, bore into mine. "This key," she said, voice like rustling leaves, "unlocks the last threshold. But beware, the gatekeeper is no mere guardian. It is the embodiment of all the hollow has consumed, its rage, its grief, and its endless hunger." I nodded, though the chill curling through my veins made my heart thunder with uncertainty. What I had faced so far was only the surface. The hollow's roots were deeper, darker, and far more relentless than I had dared imagine. The forest path narrowed, twisting through thick brambles and ancient trees that clawed toward the sky like desperate hands. Shadows pooled in every hollow, slithering beneath the canopy like living ink. The air was thick with decay, the scent of damp earth mingled with the faint trace of something metallic, like blood long dried but never forgotten. My lantern flickered with every step, its weak flame battling the oppressive darkness that sought to swallow me whole. The whispers returned, fragmented voices overlapping, speaking in tongues I almost understood. Names, thousands of them, rising and falling like a tide. Remember us, they breathed. Feed the hollow, or be consumed. I pressed onward, clutching the key tightly as if it were my last lifeline. At last, the path opened into a clearing unlike any before. Towering above was a massive gate, formed from blackened roots woven tightly like a cage, studded with shards of bone and shards of glass that glinted menacingly in the faint glow of my lantern. It pulsed slowly, alive, as if breathing, waiting. Before the gate stood the gatekeeper. It was a creature not bound by flesh or bone but by memory and anguish. A vast, shifting mass of tangled roots and shattered faces, eyes blinking open and closed, mouths whispering silent screams. Its limbs were gnarled branches ending in claw-like fingers that stretched toward the sky and dug deep into the soil. The air around it shimmered with a cruel heat, like the breath of a dying fire. The gatekeeper's voice thundered inside my mind, a chorus of anguish and fury. You who carries the flame dare to come. I swallowed hard, stepping forward. I carry the memory. The names you crave, the stories you hunger for. But I will not be consumed. The creature's faces twisted into expressions of rage and sorrow. You have forgotten much, it hissed. You have buried too many names. You come to unlock the last gate, but at what cost? The ground trembled beneath me. Roots erupted from the earth, encircling my feet like serpents. The gatekeeper's limbs writhed, reaching closer. I lifted the key. Its ancient form seemed to pulse with light, igniting a fire deep within my chest. Then prove it, I whispered, voice barely steady. I will remember. I will carry the flame, even into the deepest dark. The gatekeeper roared, a sound like thunder rolling through a broken sky, and lunged. What followed was not a battle of fists or steel, but of memories and wills. The gatekeeper tore into my mind, clawing through the fragile walls I'd built around my past. Faces I'd hidden, moments I'd erased, wounds I'd tried to forget, all rose like specters, screaming for release. I fell to my knees, clutching my head as the memories battered me, my father's dying words, the cruel laughter of childhood bullies, Lila's final smile, the hollow ache of loneliness. The flame in my hand flared, feeding on the pain. I channeled every shard of sorrow and hope into the key, which burst into brilliant light, illuminating the clearing with a pure, burning radiance. The gatekeeper recoiled, its tangled form unraveling, faces dissolving into flickering shadows. Remember, I cried into the storm of voices. Remember who you were. Remember who you are. One by one, the faces in the root creature cleared, memories reclaiming them like dawn breaking the longest night. The screams turned to whispers of forgiveness and release. The gatekeeper's monstrous limbs withdrew. The gate, once a barrier of dread, shimmered and parted like a curtain of woven flame. Beyond the gate lay a final path, a narrow trail of golden light winding upward toward a sky swirling with stars and embers. Silva stepped beside me, her presence steady and warm. You have faced the hollow's heart and walked the path of forgotten shadows. Now you carry its flame, not as a prisoner, but as its bearer. She smiled softly. This is your burden and your gift. The hollow never forgets, but neither shall you. With a deep breath, I stepped onto the golden path, the flame in my hand steady and fierce. The forest whispered behind me, the roots receding, the shadows retreating, but the story was far from over. The hollow had been awakened, and so had I. The golden path stretched before me like a thread of molten metal, twisting upward through the dense canopy of Ash Hollow's ancient woods. Each step sent soft ripples of light across the undergrowth, igniting fallen leaves and brittle branches in delicate, ephemeral flames. The forest behind me had fallen silent, its shadows folding away like a long nightmare drawing to a close. But I knew better than to trust the silence. The hollow was patient, and the fire I carried was fragile, a beacon against a darkness that did not sleep. Silva walked beside me, her cloak brushing the forest floor, eyes steady as the lantern's glow. The ascent, she murmured. Not just of the path, but of the soul. Every step you take burns away the last shreds of forgetting, until nothing remains but the raw ember of truth. I gripped the lantern tighter. The flame flickered, its warmth seeping into my bones, a fragile comfort against the chill that gnawed at the edges of my mind. The path wound ever upward, narrowing until I had to press close to the gnarled trunks that guarded it like sentinels. The sky above shimmered with restless stars, and the wind carried the scent of rain and smoke, a perfume of endings and beginnings. The whispers returned, softer now, like the sigh of embers cooling, but with a new urgency. Names I recognized and those I did not tumbled through the air in a litany of memory and regret. I paused, listening. Among the murmurs, I heard a voice, not mine, not Lila's, but deeper and older. You cannot carry us all. It was the hollow speaking, or perhaps the countless souls entwined within its roots, pleading, warning, demanding. Silva's gaze hardened. The hollow's hunger is endless, she said. No one can carry every name. But some fires burn brighter than others. Yours is one of those. I swallowed hard. How do I carry what will break me? She smiled, a small, fierce curve of lips. By learning which memories to feed it, and which to set free. The path opened onto a narrow ridge, the trees thinning until I stood at the edge of a vast precipice. Below, the hollow sprawled like a dark wound across the earth, a tangled mass of roots, teeth, and shadows, pulsing with a dreadful life. Its breath was the wind that stirred the branches, its heartbeat the tremor beneath my feet. Above, the sky cracked open with the first rumble of thunder, clouds rolling in like a storm summoned from the depths of time. I raised the lantern. Its flame flared defiantly against the gathering gloom. From the darkness, a figure emerged. Not Silva. Not the gatekeeper. But a man. Tall, gaunt, his eyes shimmering with a cold, unnatural light. He wore a coat woven from the night itself, and in his hand, he carried a lantern, but its flame was black, swallowing the light around it. You carry the hollow's fire, he said, voice like ice scraping stone. But what of the shadows it casts? I met his gaze, the lantern's warmth battling the chill seeping from his presence. I carry the light to burn through the shadows. He smiled, a twisted, bitter thing. Light and shadow are bound. One cannot exist without the other. The hollow feeds on both. He stepped closer, and the wind screamed through the trees. Who are you to challenge the balance? I am the bearer, I said, voice steady despite the storm rising inside me. The man's eyes flickered with something like respect, or pity. Then you must pass my trial. He lifted the black lantern. The flame inside pulsed, growing until it swallowed the space between us. The world shifted. I was no longer on the ridge, but plunged into darkness, a void where only the black flame burned. From the depths of that darkness, faces emerged, not the forgotten, but the lost. People I had failed, moments I had abandoned, regrets too heavy to carry. They reached for me with voices of accusation and sorrow. Why did you leave us? Why did you forget? I tried to answer, but the voices pressed closer, suffocating. Then, the flame in my lantern flared, a fierce, brilliant light that cut through the void. I lifted my lantern high. I remember you. The black flame recoiled, shrieking in rage and despair. The faces softened, their anger melting into acceptance. The void trembled. The man's voice echoed, distant now. You have passed the trial. But the path ahead is darker still. The world snapped back to the ridge. The storm broke. Rain poured down in sheets, soaking me to the bone, but the lantern's flame remained steady, a beacon in the tempest. Silva stood beside me, eyes shining with quiet pride. You have faced the shadow of regret and survived. I nodded, teeth chattering. What comes next? She smiled, the corners of her mouth trembling. The final reckoning. The heart of the hollow awaits. With resolve hardening in my chest, I stepped forward into the rain. The path ahead was shrouded in mist and shadow. But my flame would not falter. The hollow's roots would tremble. And I would carry the fire through the darkest night. The rain fell like shards of glass, slicing through the thick, choking air as I pressed onward, the lantern's steady flame defiant against the storm. The path was slick with mud, slicker with unseen dangers beneath the soil, but I could not stop. Every step carried me closer to the hollow's heart, the core of the darkness that had reached into my bones and tried to swallow me whole. The trees around me groaned under the weight of ancient sorrow, their branches heavy with droplets that glistened like tears. The forest floor pulsed beneath my feet, alive with the restless hunger of the roots stretching far below, weaving through forgotten graves and shattered dreams. I was no longer merely a visitor in this place. I was part of its story now, a flicker of flame in the all-consuming night. Ahead, the world shifted. The forest dissolved into a cavernous expanse beneath the earth, a cathedral of roots and stone, lit only by the glow of the lantern and the faint heartbeat of the hollow itself. Its walls were alive, pulsing with veins of dark sap that shimmered like spilled ink. The air was thick with whispers, voices speaking in a language older than time, echoing from deep within the earth. I stepped forward, and the cavern seemed to breathe around me. At the center of this subterranean abyss, the hollow waited. A massive maw of roots and teeth, coiled and writhing like a serpent ready to strike. Its eyes were pits of endless night, absorbing the light and heat of my lantern. But the fire within me did not waver. It blazed with a fierce glow, fueled by every memory I had reclaimed, every name I had refused to forget. I was the flame bearer. The last hope. The hollow spoke, a voice like the grinding of stone, the groan of dying forests. You carry the fire, but you are still chained by fear. Its roots lashed out, striking like lightning, carving deep furrows into the cavern walls. I dodged, the heat of its breath scorching the air. You cannot burn what you do not understand. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. I understand. The hollow's teeth snapped inches from my face. Do you? In that instant, I saw through the darkness. I saw the endless hunger, the pain and loneliness that birthed this ancient creature. It was not merely a monster. It was a scar on the world. A wound that festered with forgotten sorrow. I stepped closer, the lantern's light casting a circle of warmth in the vast coldness. "I carry your memories," I said softly. "Your pain. Your hunger." The hollow recoiled, roots trembling. "But I also carry the flame of remembering, of healing." The cavern pulsed, and the roots began to untangle, slowly retreating like waves pulling from the shore. The hollow's roar filled the space, a sound both terrible and mournful. From the shadows emerged figures, the faces of those consumed, freed now by the flame's glow. They reached out, their hands weaving into the roots, unraveling the darkness. The hollow's form shuddered, its teeth loosening. The cavern brightened with a light born not of fire, but of remembrance. Silva's voice echoed in my mind. "The hollow is a wound, but you are the salve. Remembering is the cure." With that, the lantern flared into a brilliant blaze, filling the cavern with warmth and light. The roots dissolved into dust. The hollow's roar softened into a sigh. And then, silence. I stood alone in the quiet cavern, the flame in my hand steady and whole. The journey had been long. The darkness deep. But the flame endured. Outside, the forest stirred with dawn's first light. The hollow was no longer a monster lurking beneath the earth. It was a story reclaimed. A wound healing. I stepped from the cavern into the rising sun, the flame in my lantern burning bright. And for the first time in a long time, I was free. The dawn unfolded slowly, its light spilling like molten gold through the trembling leaves of Ash Hollow's ancient trees. The forest, once suffocated beneath a veil of shadow and despair, seemed to breathe anew, every leaf and root stirred by the fire I carried and the hollow I had faced. Yet, despite the dawn's fragile promise, the air remained thick with unspoken truths, a tension between the ending and the beginning, between the flame's warmth and the lingering chill of what had been. I stood at the edge of the cavern where the hollow had once dwelled, now a silent hollow of life and memory, its terrible hunger quelled but not forgotten. The earth beneath my feet was soft, freshly turned, as if the forest itself had exhaled in relief, beginning to heal from wounds buried deep. Silva was beside me, her eyes reflecting the shifting light. The hollow is tamed but not erased. The roots will remember, and so must you. Carry the flame wisely. I looked down at the lantern, its flame flickering, alive, and fierce, a fragile beacon against the vast expanse of time. The memories I had carried, the forgotten names I had reclaimed, were not just echoes of the past but threads woven into the tapestry of the present. The hollow's story was not one of monsters and darkness alone, it was a tale of loss, pain, and the indomitable strength to remember. The path back through the forest stretched before me, bathed in soft morning light. But the journey ahead was not simply a return, it was a continuation. I had become a keeper of stories, a bearer of flame, bound to walk between shadow and light. As I moved forward, the forest around me shimmered with new life. Leaves unfurled with the tenderness of first breath, birdsong wove through the branches, fragile and clear. Yet beneath the beauty, I sensed the pulse of something ancient, a quiet vigilance that whispered, "Remember." I paused by a cluster of wildflowers, their petals trembling in the gentle breeze. Somewhere in their fragile bloom was the essence of the hollow's hunger, the longing to be seen, to be named, to be remembered. Hours passed like moments, and the forest gradually thinned until the familiar edges of the small town came into view. The streets were waking, windows opening, voices stirring. But something had changed, a subtle shift in the rhythm of life, as though the town itself carried the weight of the hollow's story, bound now to the flame I bore. I stopped in the town square, the stone fountain catching the morning light. For a moment, the silence pressed around me, heavy with the memory of absence. Then a child's laughter broke the stillness, bright, pure, and alive. I looked up to see a young girl, her eyes wide with wonder as she chased a fluttering butterfly. Her presence was a reminder, a spark of hope in a world that had almost forgotten how to dream. The flame in my lantern pulsed warmly. I knew my journey was far from over. The hollow's roots were still there, beneath the earth and beneath the skin of the world. But now, I carried the light of remembering, a fire to keep the darkness at bay. That night, as the stars kindled the sky, I sat beneath the ancient trees of Ash Hollow, the lantern's glow a steady heart in the gathering dark. The whispers of the forest drifted around me, not as threats, but as stories waiting to be told. I closed my eyes and let the flame burn bright. For every name forgotten, every promise broken, and every story left untold, I would carry the flame. And in the endless night, the hollow would never be forgotten again. The night had thickened once more over Ash Hollow, but it was a different night than the ones before. The darkness here no longer felt like a suffocating shroud. Instead, it stretched wide and quiet, filled with the soft pulse of the forest breathing after a long slumber. The flame in my lantern flickered gently, casting golden halos on the mossy ground and tracing the outlines of ancient bark. I wandered deeper into the woods, guided less by purpose and more by instinct. Every rustle in the underbrush, every flutter of wings, every sigh of wind seemed to speak a language I was only beginning to understand, whispers of the forest's long memory, threads woven through the canopy and roots alike. Above me, the stars had begun to twinkle through the break in the trees. I tilted my head back and watched as the constellations shifted slowly, ancient patterns that had watched over Ash Hollow for centuries. It struck me then, the hollow wasn't just a scar on the earth. It was part of the rhythm of this place, woven into its fabric like a dark melody in a symphony of light. The lantern's glow grew stronger in my hands, a heartbeat against the silence. I found myself drawn to a narrow creek that wound through the forest like a silver ribbon. Its water was clear and cold, whispering over stones smooth and worn by time. I knelt at the edge and cupped the water, letting it slip through my fingers. As I gazed into the ripples, faces began to form beneath the surface, not ghosts, but memories given shape. I saw my own reflection fractured into countless fragments, each one a story, a moment, a choice. Some were bright and warm, others shadowed and sharp. A voice floated on the water's surface, soft and steady, like a lullaby. The past is never gone. It flows beneath us like water beneath ice. The words stirred something deep inside me. I understood then that the journey was not just about confronting darkness or reclaiming names. It was about weaving those threads into something stronger, a tapestry of hope and remembrance that could hold back the tide of forgetting. The forest around me seemed to lean closer, the leaves shimmering in response. I felt a presence nearby, not threatening, but curious and watchful. From the shadows stepped a figure, cloaked in woven vines and leaves, eyes glowing with an emerald light. "I am Ira," the figure said, voice like the rustle of leaves on a calm day. "Keeper of the canopy. I watch over the life that thrives above, as you tend to the roots below." I nodded, feeling a kinship with this guardian of the forest's upper realms. "You have faced the hollow's heart," Ira continued. "But the forest's story is vast. The roots and canopy are one, and their memories intertwined." She extended a hand, and delicate tendrils of light wove around my fingers, connecting me to the living forest. Images flooded my mind, the dance of sunlight through leaves, the song of birds in the morning, the quiet strength of ancient trees standing tall through storms and seasons. But intertwined with this beauty were shadows, scars left by human hands, wounds that the hollow's hunger had once deepened. Ira's voice was a balm. Your flame has mended much, but the forest still carries pain. Healing is not a destination, but a path. I felt the weight of those words settle in my chest, a reminder that even light must sometimes pass through darkness to grow stronger. We walked together beneath the towering trees, the canopy alive with life, insects buzzing softly, the flutter of wings, the distant call of owls awakening. Every sound was a thread in the web of the forest's memory. Ira paused beside a great oak, its bark scarred but resilient. Here lies the story of a child lost and found, a promise kept against all odds. She traced a finger along the rough bark, and the image of a young girl appeared, eyes bright, laughter ringing clear as a bell, the glow of a small lantern held high. I watched, breath caught, as the memory unfolded, a tale of loss and courage, of darkness met with light. The girl's spirit lingered in the tree, a guardian of hope for those who would come after. I felt the flame in my lantern pulse warmly. Every story matters, I whispered. Every name is a light. Ira smiled, her eyes shining with quiet pride. Remember this, bearer of flame. The forest breathes through you now. Carry its stories with care. As night deepened, I sat beneath the oak, the canopy above alive with stars and the soft hum of life. The flame in my lantern steadied, a beacon in the quiet dark. I closed my eyes and listened to the forest's whispers, feeling the endless dance of memory and renewal, the eternal cycle of light and shadow intertwined. The journey was far from over, but for the first time, I felt the pulse of hope, a flame that could never be extinguished. The forest held its breath beneath a veil of mist as I followed the whispered guidance of Ira, the keeper of the canopy. The night air was thick with damp earth and the scent of pine needles, weaving a tapestry of life and decay that pulsed beneath every step I took. Above, the canopy rustled softly, the wind carrying fragments of ancient songs and forgotten names, blending with the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. Despite the lantern's unwavering flame, a creeping chill settled in my bones, not from cold but from the sense that something long buried was stirring beneath the surface. The earth beneath Ash Hollow was not just a foundation, it was a memory bank, a vault of pain and secrets that the roots fed upon and grew stronger with every passing century. Ira's voice cut softly through the night, calm but insistent. The canopy may guard the light, but the roots guard the truth. To heal the forest, one must not only look upward but also descend. I nodded, the weight of her words anchoring me in the moment. The path ahead was no longer a gentle ascent but a descent into the depths where shadows clung like wet leaves and silence swallowed sound whole. Together, we approached a hollow nestled between two towering oaks, an ancient sinkhole carved by time, its mouth yawning like a silent scream into the earth. The air grew cooler as I stepped toward the dark opening. Roots, thick and writhing, framed the descent like skeletal fingers reaching into the abyss. I hesitated, the lantern's light barely piercing the blackness beyond the threshold. "Are you ready?" Ira asked, her emerald eyes reflecting the flickering flame. I swallowed hard, the weight of the journey pressing down like the very earth above me. There is no turning back. The climb down was treacherous, slick with moss and tangled roots that threatened to twist around my ankles and pull me into the depths. The walls of the cavern we descended were slick and alive, pulsating with a subtle heartbeat that seemed to sync with my own. The deeper we went, the heavier the air became, thick with the scent of damp stone and forgotten sorrow. After what felt like an eternity, the darkness gave way to a vast underground chamber. The lantern's glow revealed a cathedral of roots stretching like veins across the ceiling and walls, their tips glowing faintly with bioluminescent light. In the center of the chamber lay a pool of black water, still and glassy, reflecting the cavern's eerie luminescence. It was a mirror of shadow and depth, a gateway to the memories hidden far beneath the surface. Ira's voice softened. This is the Well of Echoes. Here lie the voices buried by time, the stories swallowed by the hollow's hunger. I approached the pool cautiously, peering into its depths. Faces swam beneath the surface, twisted and fragmented, eyes pleading, mouths mouthing words that never reached the air. A sudden tremor shook the cavern, and the roots shuddered violently. From the depths of the pool, a shadow rose, a figure cloaked in water and darkness, its eyes like bottomless pits reflecting my own fears. It spoke in a voice both beautiful and terrible. You carry their flame, but do you carry their pain? Do you bear their regrets as I do? I stood firm, the lantern's light steady against the shadow's advance. I carry what I must, I said. Their pain is mine to hold, but not to be consumed. The shadow wavered, a flicker of sorrow breaking through its menacing guise. Around us, the cavern pulsed with a low, mournful chant, the voices of the forgotten rising to meet the bearer of flame. Faces in the pool shifted, their expressions morphing from anguish to hope as the light touched their depths. Ira's voice rang clear. Remember their names. Honor their stories. Only through remembrance can the hollow's hunger be stilled. With a deep breath, I knelt by the pool, dipping a trembling hand into the cold, black water. Visions flooded my mind, moments of love and loss, joy and despair, triumph and failure, woven into the endless fabric of the forest's soul. The chamber seemed to breathe with the pulse of those memories, the roots glowing brighter as the darkness receded. The shadow before me dissolved into mist, its final whisper a sigh of release. As I rose, the cavern brightened, the well of echoes transforming into a pool of shimmering light, a beacon of healing amidst the ancient darkness. Ira placed a hand on my shoulder, her touch grounding me in the vastness of the moment. You have looked beneath the shifting earth and faced its truth. The forest breathes through you now. The climb back to the surface was slow, the weight of the well's memories settling like a mantle on my shoulders. As dawn broke once more, I emerged into a forest transformed, alive with the soft glow of renewal, the roots entwined not with hunger but with the promise of growth. I knew the path ahead would still be fraught with shadows, but I carried the flame and the memories it kindled. The hollow was no longer just a darkness to fear, but a story to remember. The forest around me had shifted in subtle ways since emerging from the Well of Echoes. The air was lighter, tinged with the scent of damp earth and new growth, but beneath it lay an undercurrent of unease, as if the very fabric of Ash Hollow still trembled with secrets waiting to be revealed. The towering trees seemed taller, their trunks etched with shifting patterns of light and shadow, and the canopy overhead wove a veil so thick it swallowed the stars whole. Silva's voice was a whisper in the quiet air as she appeared beside me, her eyes reflecting the twilight gloom. You carry the flame deeper now, but the forest will test your resolve. The whispering veil lies ahead, a threshold where memory and illusion entwine. I tightened my grip on the lantern. Its flame burned strong, a fragile beacon against the encroaching darkness, but I could feel the shadows creeping closer, eager to snuff it out. The path narrowed, twisting into a dense thicket where the trees leaned inward, their branches woven like fingers forming a natural archway. As I stepped beneath it, the world seemed to shift. The air grew heavy and thick with murmurs, soft voices swirling around me in an endless, indistinct chorus. They sounded like 1,000 whispered secrets, fragmented memories, and lost promises, all layered atop one another like a haunting melody. I tried to focus, but the whispers seemed to seep into my skin, filling my mind with visions, fleeting images of faces I barely recognized, places I'd never been, and emotions too raw to fully grasp. Do not trust the veil, Silva warned, her voice steady but edged with concern. It will show you what you fear most and what you desire deepest. It will try to trap you in illusions. I swallowed hard, stepping deeper into the thicket, the whispers growing louder until they were a roar inside my head. Suddenly, the lantern's flame sputtered, flickering wildly. A cold wind rose, swirling around me, carrying the voices into a maddening cacophony. The trees blurred, and the ground beneath me seemed to ripple like water. When the world settled again, I found myself standing in a shadowed clearing, bathed in an eerie, silvery light. Figures appeared around me, friends, family, lost loved ones, their faces radiant and warm, smiling as if nothing was wrong. My heart clenched at the sight, memories flooding through me like a tidal wave. "Lila," I whispered, tears blurring my vision. She stepped forward, her eyes bright and full of life, but something in her smile was wrong, too perfect, too still. The air around her shimmered unnaturally. The whispering voices coalesced into a single, chilling truth: these were not memories, but illusions crafted from my longing and my fears. The whispering veil was a trap, a place where the hollow tried to bind the flame-bearer with false hope and crippling doubt. I forced myself to breathe deeply, clutching the lantern tight as its flame steadied. "No," I said firmly. "You are not real." The illusions flickered, their smiles fading into snarls as shadows clawed at their edges. The clearing twisted and darkened, becoming a cage of thorny roots and creeping mist. Silva appeared beside me, her presence a shield against the encroaching darkness. "Remember who you are. The flame you carry is forged in truth and memory, not in lies." I closed my eyes and reached deep inside, pulling forth the strength gathered from every name I had reclaimed, every story I had refused to forget. The lantern blazed brighter, cutting through the illusions like a beacon of pure light. The shadows shrieked, retreating into the depths as the veil tore apart, revealing the forest beyond, vast and ancient, waiting for me to continue. Exhausted but unbroken, I stepped forward, the path now clear but the weight of the whispering veil etched into my soul. Every step I took was a promise, to myself and to the countless voices carried by the forest, that I would not be fooled, that I would keep the flame burning no matter the cost. As the trees opened onto a ridge overlooking Ash Hollow, I felt the enormity of the journey ahead. The hollow was vast, its roots deep and twisted, but the fire within me was a spark of hope, fragile, yes, but unyielding. The night stretched on, stars fading as dawn crept over the horizon. The flame in my lantern remained steadfast, a reminder that even in the deepest shadows, light could endure. And as the forest stirred awake, whispering its endless stories, I knew my path was far from over. The dawn's first light filtered faintly through the thick canopy, casting pale, shifting shadows on the forest floor. I stood at the ridge's edge, gazing down over Ash Hollow's endless sprawl, a tangled sea of dark green and black roots stretching like veins beneath the earth. The hollow's hunger was not just a force beneath my feet, it was an echo in the air, a pulse in the silence that surrounded me. The whispering veil had tested my mind, twisting memories and desires into snares meant to trap me in illusions. Yet, I had broken free, my lantern's flame steady and fierce. But the hollow was patient, and the path forward promised deeper trials, darker secrets waiting to rise from the earth's depths. Silva's figure appeared beside me, her gaze steady and unreadable. The roots of the hollow twist far beneath the surface, tangled with those forgotten by time. To move forward, you must descend deeper, to the veins of the forgotten. Her words weighed heavily, the promise of secrets both terrifying and vital. "What waits there?" I asked, the lantern's light trembling slightly in my grip. "Truths long buried. faces erased by fear and silence. It is where the hollow's hunger gnaws strongest. The path down was a spiraling descent through tangled roots that snaked like serpents, dripping with moisture and shadow. The air grew cooler, thick with the scent of earth and decay, the sound of distant water echoing faintly like a pulse. With every step, the lantern's flame flickered as if sensing the weight of the buried memories beneath us. The roots groaned softly, whispering names I could almost hear but could not yet grasp. Suddenly, the ground opened beneath my feet. I fell into darkness, landing hard on cold stone. Groaning, I looked up. I was in a vast underground chamber carved from root and stone, lit by a faint phosphorescent glow. Around me, walls writhed with veins pulsing a slow, steady rhythm, like the heartbeat of the hollow itself. The chamber was filled with countless faces, etched into the roots, frozen in expressions of sorrow, rage, fear, and hope. Each face was a story, a memory trapped beneath the earth, waiting for release. I moved among them, tracing fingers over the rough bark, feeling the echoes of lives once lived. The flame in my lantern flared, casting long shadows that danced with the faces. From the shadows emerged a figure, draped in robes woven of moss and bark, her eyes deep pools of green light. "I am Nara, keeper of the forgotten," she said softly. "These are the memories the world has tried to erase, those who vanished into shadow and silence." Her voice was a gentle song, but the weight of her presence was immense. "You carry their flame," Nara said. "But do you bear their burdens as well?" I nodded, the gravity of the moment pressing down. "I carry all that must be remembered. Their pain, their hopes, their truths." She led me deeper into the chamber, where the roots parted to reveal a pit filled with shimmering black water, the final resting place of the hollow's forgotten souls. "Look," Nara whispered. I peered into the water and saw visions swirling within, moments of joy twisted by grief, faces erased by fear, stories unfinished. A child reached out from the depths, her eyes wide with silent pleading. The chamber trembled. Roots writhed as shadows clawed at the edges of the flame's light, threatening to swallow the memories whole. I raised the lantern high, its flame blazing bright. "I will not let you be forgotten," I vowed. The roots shuddered and recoiled, the faces brightening as the water calmed. Nara smiled, tears shining in her eyes. "You have rekindled what was lost." The hollow's hunger lessens with each remembered name. But even as relief bloomed, a dark whisper echoed from the chamber's depths, a promise and a threat. The deeper the roots, the darker the soil. I knew the journey was far from over. The hollow's heart beat still, and I was its bearer. With the flame as my guide, I would continue, carrying the memories, the pain, and the hope of all who had ever been swallowed by Ash Hollow's roots. As I ascended back toward the surface, the first rays of dawn broke through the forest, bathing the trees in gold. The path ahead was uncertain, shadowed, but the flame within me burned brighter than ever. The forest was alive with silence, a breath held tight in the chest of night. I moved through Ash Hollow with a careful step, the lantern's flame flickering like a heartbeat against the gathering dark. The sky above was a thick weave of branches, blotting out stars and moonlight, as if the forest itself had pulled a curtain across the world. Yet beneath that velvet shadow, the air pulsed with unseen life, a low, rhythmic murmur that seemed to echo through every root, every leaf. I had walked far beyond where maps and memories dared to reach, beyond the place where even Silva's steady gaze faltered. But still, the flame burned bright, the ember of countless stories and names I had carried through darkness and despair. Ahead, the path narrowed again, winding between ancient trunks so close their bark seemed to press inward, whispering secrets I could barely understand. The ground beneath was soft, almost sponge-like, as if the forest itself was inhaling and exhaling through its veins. The scent of moss and damp earth mingled with something darker, a faint trace of smoke, of something burned and unhealed. As I pressed forward, the whispers grew louder, not voices now but breath, long, slow exhalations that seemed to rise from the very soil. I paused. The hollow was breathing. Silva's words returned to me like a warning carried on the wind. The hollow's breath is the pulse of the forgotten, the sigh of memories too deep to surface. You must listen carefully, or be lost within its exhale. The flame in my lantern brightened, casting long shadows that twisted and swayed as if alive. From the darkness ahead, shapes began to emerge, figures formed of smoke and shadow, their faces obscured yet familiar, as if drawn from the edges of my dreams. They moved with a slow, haunting grace, their breath visible in the cold air, a mist curling like smoke from unseen fires. One figure stepped forward, taller than the rest, wrapped in a cloak woven from ash and whispers. Its eyes glowed faintly with embers, and its voice was the sound of wind through dead branches. "You carry the flame, bearer," it said, "but do you understand the hollow's breath? It is both life and death, an endless cycle of forgetting and remembering." I held the lantern higher, feeling the warmth push against the cold that seeped from the figure's form. "I carry the flame to kindle memory, to hold back the darkness," I replied. "But I will listen, for the hollow's breath holds truths I must face." The figure nodded, and the others gathered close, their breath swirling into a vortex of cold mist that enveloped me. Visions flickered behind my eyelids, storms breaking over ancient forests, fires consuming and cleansing, rivers swelling and receding, and the endless dance of growth and decay. The breath of the hollow was the breath of the earth itself, rhythmic, eternal, both gentle and savage. I felt it in my bones, a deep resonance that connected me to the roots, the canopy, the very soil beneath my feet. Suddenly, the mist surged, and I was lifted from the forest floor, carried upward through twisting tunnels of light and shadow. Memories rushed past like a flood, faces of those long gone, moments frozen in time, whispers of promises made and broken. At the journey's peak, I found myself before a great tree, the heartwood, its massive trunk pulsing with radiant light, veins of fire running deep beneath its bark. The flame in my lantern blazed in response, a mirror to the ancient fire within the tree. The shadowed figure's voice echoed. "This is the source of the hollow's breath, the pulse of its life and death. To carry the flame, you must now choose, to extinguish the fire and let the hollow die, or to nurture it and bind yourself to its eternal cycle." The choice settled over me like a weight. To end the hollow might bring peace, but at the cost of the forest's memory and life. To nurture it meant accepting the burden, the endless dance of flame and shadow, memory and forgetting. I stepped closer to the heartwood, the heat of its pulse mingling with the flame I bore. "I choose to carry the cycle," I whispered, "to hold the flame in the darkness and let memory live, no matter the cost." The heartwood's light surged, flooding the cavern with warmth and power. The breath of the hollow became a song, a hymn of renewal and remembrance. As the light faded, I found myself once more in the forest's embrace, the dawn breaking over Ash Hollow with soft gold and amber hues. The air was alive with the scent of rain and growth. Silva stood beside me, a faint smile touching her lips. "You have embraced the flame and the breath. The hollow lives within you now." The journey ahead would be long, the shadows deep and tangled, but the flame in my lantern was steady, a beacon to guide through the endless night. I took a deep breath, the pulse of the forest steady in my chest. The hollow's breath was my own, and I would carry its story into the dawn. The morning light sifted through the dense canopy in pale, trembling shafts that danced on the forest floor. Ash Hollow had awakened anew, but the heavy silence between the trees carried an unshakable weight, a reminder that the darkness I had confronted had not vanished, only retreated into the shadows, waiting to coil again. I held the lantern close, its steady flame now a part of me, a fragile heartbeat against the lingering night. Yet, with every flicker, the burden of the flame grew heavier. It was not merely light against darkness, it was a living memory, a responsibility threaded with sorrow, hope, and unyielding determination. As I moved deeper into the woods, the undergrowth thickened. Moss clung to every surface, soft and damp beneath my feet, muffling the sounds of my passage. The trees around me seemed older, their bark scarred with deep furrows like ancient wounds, the knots in their trunks pulsing faintly with a dull, inner light. The air shifted suddenly. A chill swept through the branches, and the lantern's flame fluttered wildly, casting jagged shadows that seemed to crawl along the twisted roots and rocks. A voice whispered from the dark, low and resonant, woven with the sigh of the forest itself. "You carry the flame, bearer, but what of its cost?" I froze, breath caught, heart hammering. The voice belonged to no human, it was the hollow speaking, or perhaps the forest speaking through the hollow. A presence older than time, whispering of sacrifice and consequence. I lifted the lantern higher, its glow cutting through the encroaching darkness. "The cost is mine to bear," I said quietly. "To remember is to live with the pain and the light both. I will carry it all." The shadows coalesced into a figure, tall, cloaked in woven shadows, eyes glowing like coals beneath a hood. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, a specter both fearsome and mournful. "I am the keeper of the burden," the figure intoned. "The flame you carry is no mere light, it is a weight upon your soul, a fire that can consume or illuminate." It stepped closer, and the lantern's warmth flared in response, casting the figure's face into sharp relief, pale, lined, eyes heavy with endless watching. "Are you prepared to be the flame's vessel? To endure its endless hunger, its relentless demand for remembrance?" I met the keeper's gaze, steady despite the cold tendrils of doubt curling in my mind. "I am," I said. "For every name forgotten, every story lost, I will be the bearer. The flame will not die while I live." The keeper nodded slowly, almost with approval. "Then come. There is more to learn, more to carry." The path wound deeper into the forest, leading to a clearing encircled by ancient stones covered in moss and runes. The air was thick with the scent of ash and earth, a sacred place that pulsed with unseen energy. In the center stood a pedestal carved from black stone, etched with countless names, some faded, some sharp, all woven into a tapestry of memory. The keeper gestured to the pedestal. "This is the altar of bearing. Here, you will offer the stories you carry, bind them to the flame, and accept their burden fully." I stepped forward, heart pounding, and placed the lantern upon the altar. The flame surged, spilling light like molten gold over the stones, igniting the names in radiant script. Visions flooded my mind, faces of the lost, echoes of laughter and tears, moments of betrayal and love, fear and courage. Each name I had reclaimed, each story I had carried, sang through me like a chorus of light and shadow. The keeper's voice was a whisper in the storm. To bear the flame is to be both guardian and sacrifice. The hollow will test you still, but you now hold its heart. I knelt by the altar, feeling the weight of countless memories settle over me like a mantle. The flame in the lantern burned steady, a beacon against the gathering dark. I was the bearer. The flame was mine to carry, with all its light and shadow. The forest around me seemed to exhale, the tension easing into a fragile peace. But deep in the roots of Ash Hollow, I knew the darkness still waited. And my journey was far from over. The forest was thick with mist as I rose from the altar, the flickering lantern cradled carefully in my hands like a fragile heart. The dawn had not yet come, but a pale gray light seeped through the towering trees, casting long, wavering shadows on the tangled roots beneath my feet. Around me, Ash Hollow held its breath, silent, watchful, and alive in ways the eye could barely perceive. The burden of the flame was no longer a distant weight, it settled deep into my bones, a living pulse of memory and pain. Every flicker was a whispered story, every spark a name reclaimed from the cold silence of oblivion. The keeper's words echoed in my mind, to bear the flame is to be both guardian and sacrifice. I felt the truth of that in every step I took. The path ahead was barely visible, a thin ribbon of earth curling away from the altar, swallowed quickly by shadows and undergrowth. The air was heavy with the scent of damp wood and decaying leaves, mingled with something sharper, a trace of smoke, of something burned and not yet healed. I moved forward, each footfall a quiet defiance against the dark. The trees seemed to close in around me, their ancient bark marked with runes I had never seen before, symbols of warding, protection, and perhaps warning. Suddenly, a cold breeze whispered through the canopy, carrying with it voices, soft, pleading, urgent. I stopped and listened. The voices were not the soft whispers of memory or the mournful echoes of the hollow. These were raw, desperate cries, those of the forest's wounded, trapped between worlds, neither living nor fully gone. A shadow flickered at the edge of my vision. I turned sharply, lantern held high, its light piercing the dim like a blade. There, beneath a gnarled oak, stood a figure draped in tattered cloth, face hidden beneath a hood woven from shadows and leaves. "Who goes there?" I asked, voice steady despite the cold knot tightening in my chest. The figure stepped forward slowly, revealing eyes like molten amber, alive, flickering with a fire not their own. "I am called Mara," the figure said softly, voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I am the hollow's breath, the echo of those lost and the keeper of pain." My heart pounded. Here was not just a guardian or a specter but a living fragment of the hollow's very essence, caught between memory and oblivion, light and shadow. "You carry the flame," Mara continued. "But the flame feeds on more than memory, it devours grief, anger, sorrow. Are you prepared to face what it demands?" I tightened my grip on the lantern, feeling its warmth pulse in rhythm with my own heartbeat. "I am the bearer," I said quietly. "I carry all that must not be forgotten, no matter the cost." Mara nodded, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching her lips. "Then come with me. There are wounds beneath the roots that even the flame struggles to heal." She led me deeper into the forest, past twisted trunks and creeping vines, to a hollow where the earth was torn and raw, a scar in the forest's skin. Here, the roots writhed like living things, blackened and twisted with decay. The air was thick with the scent of rot and smoke. From the depths of the hollow came faint, sorrowful moans, the voices of the forgotten, trapped in endless torment. Mara knelt beside the roots and laid her hands upon the earth. "Feel," she whispered. I placed my palm over hers, and a flood of sensation rushed through me, pain so raw it burned like fire, grief so deep it threatened to drown my flame. I saw visions, a child lost to shadow, a mother's desperate search, a lover's final farewell, all trapped in the hollow's grasp. The lantern's flame flickered wildly, as if struggling against the weight of sorrow. But I held firm. "I carry you," I said softly. "Your stories will be told, your pain remembered. You will not be lost." The roots shuddered, and a faint light began to glow beneath the earth, a fragile pulse of hope. Mara's eyes shone bright with tears. "You bear the weight well, bearer. But the hollow's hunger is endless. It will test you again and again. I rose, feeling the flame steady and grow stronger, a living fire fueled by pain and memory alike. The path back was long and silent, the forest watching, waiting. I knew the road ahead was darker, filled with shadows deeper than any I had faced. But I was the flame's keeper now. And I would carry its burden until the end of days. The forest seemed to hold its breath as I made my way back from the scarred hollow, the lantern's flame steady in my grasp but heavy with the weight of the sorrow it bore. Each step was a reminder of the countless lives tangled in Ash Hollow's roots, stories etched in pain and shadow, their echoes rippling through the soil beneath my feet. The trees loomed tall, their branches weaving a tangled canopy that filtered the fading light into fractured patterns. The scent of damp earth and fallen leaves clung to the air, but beneath it was something darker, a faint metallic tang, sharp and ominous, like old blood soaked into the forest floor. As twilight deepened, the shadows lengthened and thickened, curling around the trunks like living things. I sensed eyes watching from the darkness, unseen but palpably present. The forest whispered warnings, but I pressed onward. The flame was my guide, a fragile beacon cutting through the creeping night. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled through the underbrush. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled as shapes moved just beyond the lantern's reach, tall, gaunt figures cloaked in tattered bark and shadow, their faces obscured by masks carved from twisted roots. "They come," a voice hissed in my mind, not mine, but the hollow's, speaking through the forest itself. I tightened my grip on the lantern, the flame flaring bravely. The figures stepped into the clearing, their movements slow and deliberate. They were the hollow sentinels, ancient guardians, bound by duty and curse, tasked with protecting its secrets and devouring all who dared to challenge its hunger. One of them stepped forward, a figure whose mask was cracked, revealing eyes that glowed with a cruel amber light. "You carry the flame, bearer," it intoned. "But the hollow does not suffer flame lightly. Tonight, you will face the true weight of your burden." The clearing shifted, shadows twisting and writhing until the very earth seemed to breathe and pulse with dark energy. Roots burst from the ground like serpents, coiling and snapping, while the trees themselves groaned, their branches reaching out like claws. I stood firm, the lantern's light pushing back against the encroaching darkness. "Your hunger ends here," I declared. "I bear the flame of remembrance. The forgotten will be known." The sentinel snarled, advancing with unnatural speed, and the others followed like a tide of nightmare. The battle was fierce, shadows and flame clashed in a dance of light and darkness. The sentinels struck with the fury of centuries, their movements swift and savage. But the flame in my lantern roared to life, its golden light a shield and sword, burning away the shadows and revealing the faces beneath the masks, twisted souls bound by fear and pain. With every strike, I called their names, the forgotten, the lost, the broken, and each name shattered their dark forms into wisps of smoke and ash. But the hollow's hunger was relentless, and more shadows rose to take their place, drawn by the flame's fierce light. Exhausted, I stumbled back, the lantern's flame flickering dangerously. The forest around me grew still, the sentinels momentarily retreating into the depths, their growls echoing in the distance. Breathing heavily, I realized the truth. The flame was not only a light to guide, but a beacon that summoned the darkest parts of the hollow. To bear it was to be a target, a keeper of hope and pain alike. Yet, despite the terror, a fierce determination burned within me. I was the flame's bearer, the forest's memory, the guardian of stories too precious to fade. As the first light of dawn pierced the canopy, the shadows receded, retreating beneath the earth and into the deepest roots. The forest seemed to sigh, a fragile peace settling once more. But I knew this was only the beginning. The hollow's hunger was eternal, and I was its reluctant guardian. With the lantern's flame steady in my hands, I stepped forward into the new day, ready to carry the burden and the light, no matter the cost. The morning sun broke through the canopy in thin shafts of pale light, filtering softly onto the forest floor like a tentative promise. Yet beneath this fragile illumination, Ash Hollow pulsed with a restless energy, as though the night's battle had awakened something far older and far more dangerous. My steps were slow, weighted not only by the fatigue pressing into my bones but by the heavy burden of the flame flickering defiantly in my hand. Every moment since the sentinel's assault, I'd felt the silent watching of the forest itself, ancient and patient, waiting to see if the flame-bearer would endure or falter. The flame was a light born of memory, hope, and grief, and it drew the hollow's hunger like a moth to a flickering ember. The path before me narrowed, weaving between ancient trees whose gnarled branches twisted like claws reaching for the sky. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and thorn, sharp, bitter, a warning embedded deep within the forest's breath. As I moved forward, I felt the first prickling of unease, the sensation of unseen eyes tracing every movement. Before long, I came to a natural arch formed by intertwined branches and brambles, thorned and alive with shifting shadows. Beyond it lay a clearing shrouded in mist, the Vale of Thorns, a place whispered about in the forest's oldest tales, where illusions wove themselves into reality, and the mind was tested beyond reason. Silva's voice echoed softly in my memory, a reminder and a warning. The Vale of Thorns will seek to unravel your resolve. It feeds on doubt and fear, twisting truth into nightmare. You must hold fast to your flame, or be lost forever in its labyrinth. I gripped the lantern tighter, feeling its warmth pulse like a steady heartbeat. The flame was fragile but fierce, a beacon in a world drowning in shadow. Steeling myself, I stepped beneath the arch. Immediately, the world shifted. The mist thickened, swirling around me like a living fog. The air was dense and heavy, laden with whispered voices that curled and twisted like smoke. Shapes flickered in the haze, faces both familiar and alien, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. I heard laughter, soft, mocking, then screams, raw and primal. The ground beneath me felt unstable, shifting like a sea of thorns that scraped and bit at my skin. The lantern's flame danced wildly, threatening to be snuffed out by the suffocating darkness. "Remember who you are," I whispered, voice barely audible against the rising tide of chaos. "You are the bearer of flame, the keeper of stories. Hold to the light." Suddenly, the faces around me solidified, becoming a twisting mass of memories and fears. I saw my own reflection, fractured and distorted, a mirror shattered into countless jagged pieces. Shadows reached for me, whispering lies and regrets, seeking to draw me into despair. My breath caught, heart pounding fiercely. From the depths of the fog, a figure emerged, a woman cloaked in thorns and shadow, her eyes pools of black fire. Her voice was a velvet blade. "You carry the flame, yet you tremble. What are you without the stories you bear? What is light without shadow? Without doubt, without fear?" I met her gaze, the lantern's flame flickering between us like a fragile heartbeat. "I am the bearer," I said steadily. "Light and shadow both dwell within me. I carry the weight of memory, the pain and the hope alike." The woman smiled, a sharp, unsettling curve of lips. "Then prove it." She swept her hands wide, and the clearing erupted into a maelstrom of shifting visions, memories of failure, loss, and pain swirling violently around me. The ground beneath twisted into a maze of thorns, each step a new trial of will and heart. The flame wavered dangerously as I pressed forward, each breath a battle against the illusions seeking to consume me. Hours, or perhaps moments, passed in that shifting labyrinth of fear and memory. I called out names in the darkness, holding tight to the stories I carried, those lost to the hollow, those forgotten by time, those who whispered still through the roots and leaves. The flame burned brighter with each remembrance, pushing back the consuming shadows. At last, the thorned veil parted, the mist dissolving into pale dawn light. Exhausted and bruised, I stood alone in the clearing, the weight of the flame heavier than ever. The woman in thorns had vanished, but her challenge lingered, a reminder that the path of the flame-bearer was not one of certainty but of constant struggle. The forest around me stirred with cautious hope. The roots beneath hummed softly, a gentle pulse of renewal beneath the scarred earth. I knew the hollow's hunger had not been sated, only held at bay. With a steadying breath, I lifted the lantern high. The flame was a beacon in the dark, fragile, fierce, unyielding. And I was its keeper, bound forever to the roots and shadows of Ash Hollow. The air had grown colder by the time I left the veil of thorns behind, the flame in my lantern steady but flickering with the weight of exhaustion and whispered doubts. The forest around me seemed to have shifted, gone were the twisting branches and choking fog, replaced by a solemn quiet that pressed close, like a held breath waiting to be released. The trees here were older, ancient beyond reckoning, their trunks vast pillars cloaked in moss and crawling ivy. The ground beneath my boots was soft with centuries of fallen leaves, their scent a bittersweet reminder of time's endless march. This was the silent grove, a place where the forest's heartbeat slowed, and even the wind dared not speak too loudly. Silda's voice was barely a memory now, yet her counsel echoed through my mind. The silent grove is where the forest guards its deepest secrets. It holds both sanctuary and warning. Here, the flame-bearer must confront the silence within, or risk being swallowed by it. I pressed forward, the lantern's light a warm, steady pulse against the pervasive dimness. The silence was so complete it rang in my ears, the absence of birdsong, the stillness of leaves, the unyielding hush of a world paused. Suddenly, the path curved sharply, opening into a vast clearing ringed by towering oaks. At its center stood a solitary stone altar, ancient and cracked, covered in delicate lichen and inscribed with runes faded by time and weather. The flame within my lantern flickered instinctively as if drawn to the altar's power. I approached cautiously, the weight of unseen eyes heavy on my shoulders. The air grew thick, charged with something intangible, anticipation. Dread? The line between the two blurred as I reached out to touch the cold, rough surface of the stone. A low hum vibrated beneath my fingertips, as though the altar itself breathed with a slow, measured pulse. I knelt beside it, feeling the earth's quiet energy seep through the soles of my boots and into my bones. Closing my eyes, I listened to the silence, not empty, but full of unsaid things, stories left untold, memories buried beneath the soil, voices muted by time's passage. The flame in my lantern dimmed slightly, as if acknowledging the profound stillness surrounding me. Then, a whisper, a single word breathed into the heavy air, barely audible but infinitely powerful. Remember. The word reverberated inside me, stirring embers long thought cold. Images flashed behind closed lids, a child laughing beneath a summer sky, a lover's last embrace, a mother's whispered lullaby, fragments of lives and loves swallowed by the hollow's hunger. Tears blurred my vision, but the flame in my lantern steadied, a beacon burning through the fog of grief. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath me. Roots burst from the earth, encircling the altar like a serpent's coils, their bark rough and gnarled. The runes on the stone flared with pale light, and the silent grove seemed to pulse with awakening power. From the shadows, figures emerged, ghostly forms shimmering with spectral light, faces serene yet sorrowful. They moved with a grace both haunting and tender, the lost souls who had found brief respite in this sacred place. One reached out a translucent hand, and I grasped it, feeling a cold rush of memories flow between us, pain and hope intertwined like the roots beneath us. Bearer of flame, the voice was a soft echo, ancient and mournful. You carry what we cannot. Our stories, our names, our pain. But beware, the hollow's silence is a prison as cruel as any shadow. To remember is to be bound. I nodded, voice breaking. Then I will be bound, if it means they are not forgotten. The spirits bowed their heads in quiet gratitude, the grove's silence deepening once more, a sacred vow sealed in the hush of forgotten echoes. As dawn's first light filtered through the canopy, the spirits slowly faded, their whispers blending into the rustling leaves. The altar's glow dimmed to a soft pulse, and the roots receded beneath the soil, leaving the grove serene yet charged with lingering magic. I rose, lantern held high, the flame steady despite the weight of the night's revelations. The path ahead was still long, the hollow's hunger far from sated, but I was its bearer now, a guardian of flame and memory, bound to the roots and shadows of Ash Hollow. With one last glance at the silent grove, I stepped forward, into the unknown. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath as I moved away from the silent grove, the lantern's warm glow a stark contrast against the cool, shadowed undergrowth. Each step carried me further into Ash Hollow's heart, where the trees grew thicker, their roots twisting beneath the soil like ancient serpents guarding secrets older than memory itself. The air was damp and heavy, filled with the scent of moss, earth, and something metallic, the faint trace of blood and rust that clung to the hollow's breath. Beneath the thick carpet of leaves and roots, I could feel a pulse, subtle but unmistakable, like the steady heartbeat of the forest itself. It called to me, drawing me downward into the dark, tangled veins beneath the surface. The ground softened beneath my boots, shifting to a spongy, uneven texture that threatened to swallow me whole. I followed the pulse, my lantern's flame steady against the gathering gloom. The trees leaned closer, their branches arching overhead like cathedral ribs, forming a natural vault that swallowed all but the faintest light. Suddenly, the earth gave way beneath me. I tumbled into darkness, landing hard on cold stone. A faint phosphorescent glow illuminated the cavern, casting eerie shadows on walls slick with moisture and veined with roots. This was the underground heart of Ash Hollow, the veins of the forgotten, a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers that pulsed with the weight of countless buried memories. I rose slowly, brushing soil and leaf from my clothes, the lantern's flame steady in my grasp. The air was thick with silence, broken only by the distant drip of water and the faint, mournful hum of the forest's veins. As I ventured deeper, the walls themselves seemed to breathe, roots writhing like serpents, their bark etched with faded runes and faces frozen in silent screams. I reached out to touch one, and a rush of images flooded my mind, laughter turned to tears, love betrayed, promises broken, lives forgotten. The flame pulsed in response, a beacon in the suffocating dark. Suddenly, the cavern widened into a vast chamber where shadows writhed and twisted like living things. At its center lay a pool of black water, still and glassy as obsidian. Reflected in its depths were countless faces, lost souls trapped in the hollow's grasp, their eyes pleading silently for release. From the darkness emerged a figure cloaked in tattered robes, face hidden beneath a hood woven from roots and shadow. Its voice was a low, resonant whisper that seemed to echo in the very stones. You carry the flame, bearer, but do you understand what it means to hold the memories of the forgotten? This is their resting place, the veins where sorrow and hope intertwine, where the past bleeds into the present. I stepped forward, the lantern's light steady despite the cavern's oppressive gloom. I carry their stories, I said. Their pain and their light. I will not let them be lost. The figure inclined its head, and the waters rippled as if stirred by an unseen hand. Faces shimmered, some peaceful, others twisted in anguish. You must decide what to do with their memories. To hold them is to bear their burdens. To release them is to risk forgetting. The flame you carry burns for remembrance, but can it also bring peace? The weight of the choice settled over me like a stone. Around the pool, whispers rose, soft, mournful, tangled with hope and despair. The flame flickered, casting dancing shadows that wove through the cavern like ancient spirits. I closed my eyes, reaching deep into the flame, feeling the names and stories that pulsed within, every forgotten face, every lost word. With a steady breath, I whispered, I will carry both burden and blessing. Their memories will live in me, and through me, they will find peace. The pool glowed softly, the faces within transforming into gentle light. The cavern seemed to exhale, a wave of warmth and sorrow mingling in the darkness. The figure stepped back, fading into the shadows. You have chosen wisely, bearer. The path ahead remains treacherous, but the flame you carry will guide you through the deepest shadows. As I made my way back toward the surface, the first rays of dawn filtered through cracks in the earth, illuminating the roots above like veins of gold. The forest awaited, alive and watching. The flame burned steady in my hand, fragile, fierce, unyielding. And I was its keeper. The forest above was no less silent when I emerged, but the weight of the underground chamber clung to me like a second skin. The morning sun struggled through the heavy canopy, casting fractured light onto the mossy floor. The lantern's flame burned bright and steady, a flickering pulse of warmth in the cool dawn. Yet beneath that glow, a chill settled deep in my bones, a lingering shadow of the veins of the forgotten. Each breath I took tasted of damp earth and faded memories, and every rustle of leaves seemed to carry distant whispers, echoes of the stories I bore. The hollow was alive, its pulse never ceasing, its hunger never sated. I pressed onward, following a narrow path carved by roots and time. The undergrowth thickened, and the trees grew closer, their branches twisting into jagged arches that framed the dimming light like serrated teeth. Somewhere beyond the veil of shadows, a faint murmur reached my ears, a voice like a breeze threading through dead leaves, calling my name. The lantern flickered in warning, but I moved forward, driven by a growing urgency, a whispering beckon from the forest's depths. A clearing opened abruptly, bathed in cold twilight even though the sun hung low above the horizon. At its center stood a great stone statue, weathered and cracked, cloaked in vines and moss, its features half eroded by time. It was the shape of a woman, tall and somber, her hands folded as if in prayer, eyes closed to a world she had long since abandoned. The air around her shimmered with a strange energy, thick and heavy like honey, and the whispers intensified, circling me like restless spirits. I stepped closer, the lantern's flame steady but small against the growing dusk. The whispers coalesced into words, fragments of a story half remembered, half forgotten. She was the keeper of silence, the guardian of secrets buried deep. When the hollow first opened, she offered herself to bind the darkness. But even her sacrifice could not quell the hunger. A shiver ran down my spine. The statue was more than stone, it was a memory cast in granite, a reminder of sacrifice and failure. The whispers swelled into a chorus, voices rising and falling in a haunting melody. Suddenly, the statue's eyes snapped open, glowing faintly with an eerie blue light. The stone woman stepped down from her pedestal, movements slow and fluid as if awakening from an eternal sleep. Her gaze fixed on me, piercing and ancient. "You carry the flame," she said, voice like wind over dry leaves. "But do you understand what it means to hold silence? To carry the weight of all that is unspoken and unseen?" I swallowed hard, feeling the flame's warmth flicker uncertainly. The flame burns to remember, I answered. To give voice to the forgotten, light to the shadows. But silence is a burden I have yet to learn. The statue, now fully alive, stepped closer, the earth seeming to recoil beneath her feet. Then listen well, bearer. The hollow's hunger feeds not only on memory but on silence. The stories you carry are not all told, some are buried too deep, hidden in shadows even the flame cannot reach. She extended a hand, fingers long and pale, beckoning me forward. With a mixture of fear and resolve, I followed her deeper into the forest, where the trees grew twisted and gnarled, their branches forming cages of shadow. The air grew colder, the whispers fading into a haunting silence that pressed against my mind. At last, we reached a pit, a yawning maw in the earth surrounded by roots that writhed like serpents. From its depths rose a darkness so complete it seemed to swallow the light whole. This is the silent well, the stone woman said. Here lie the secrets the hollow hides, the voices it refuses to remember. To carry the flame, you must confront the silence within. I knelt at the pit's edge, the lantern's flame flickering as a cold wind rose from the abyss. The silence was suffocating, a heavy weight that pressed against my thoughts, threatening to snuff out the light within me. Slowly, I reached out, the flame trembling in my grasp. Inside the darkness, faint shapes flickered, half-formed memories, shadows of voices never spoken. They clawed at the edges of the light, desperate to be heard, to be freed. The stone woman's voice echoed softly. To bear the flame is to face both light and silence, memory and oblivion. The path ahead will test you beyond all limits. I swallowed hard, gripping the lantern tighter. I will carry the silence as I carry the flame. Neither shall be forgotten. The air around the pit shimmered, the darkness swirling and twisting into shapes that reached for me with unseen hands. The flame surged, a brilliant star in the consuming night, and I stepped forward into the abyss, ready to face whatever secrets waited in the shadows. The lantern's flame was a fragile sun in the overwhelming blackness of the silent well. The pit yawned before me like the mouth of some ancient beast, its depths unfathomable, the air heavy with the absence of sound, as if even the wind had been swallowed whole. The stone woman's gaze remained fixed upon me, calm, unyielding, a silent witness to the moment before I stepped into the abyss. I hesitated only a heartbeat. Then, with the weight of all I carried, the memories, the stories, the unspoken truths, I stepped forward into the void. The coldness hit me immediately. Not the sharp chill of the night air above, but a deep, penetrating frost that seeped into my very bones. Around me, shadows curled and coiled like living smoke, whispering words I could not fully understand but felt piercing my soul nonetheless. The darkness was not empty, it was alive, thick with sorrow, regret, and secrets too terrible to speak aloud. I moved slowly, my breath forming fragile clouds that vanished in the void. The lantern's flame flickered wildly, fighting to remain a light in the suffocating gloom. Each step echoed softly, but the silence around me was vast, unbroken, oppressive. Visions flickered at the edge of my sight, faces I had never seen but recognized as kin of the hollow's eternal hunger. Children clutching empty hands, lovers torn apart by unseen forces, mothers wailing in silent grief. Their stories were etched into the darkness, threads woven into a tapestry of loss and forgotten pain. The flame pulsed in my hand, a beacon of defiance, a promise that none of this would be erased. From the blackness emerged figures, ghostly silhouettes of those lost to time, their eyes hollow yet burning with silent accusation. They drifted closer, their voices a chorus of muted laments. "You carry our stories," one whispered, voice like the rustling of dead leaves. But what of our silence? The truths we hid, the pain we buried? Will you bear them too? I nodded, heart pounding. I carry all. The flame is not just light. It is memory, pain, silence, all bound together. None shall be forgotten. The figures faded, replaced by shifting shadows that formed a winding path deeper into the well. Roots, thick and twisted, emerged from the walls like serpents, their bark rough and cold beneath my fingers. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of earth and decay, a reminder that the forest's roots ran deep, twisting through life and death alike. I followed the path, guided by the flame's steady glow. The silence pressed in, a weight that threatened to crush hope and breath alike. At the path's end lay a chamber, vast, vaulted, its walls covered with ancient carvings depicting the hollow's history, birth, destruction, sacrifice, and rebirth. The carvings pulsed faintly, illuminated by the lantern's glow, revealing faces and names long lost to memory. In the center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a small, intricately carved box. The flame pulsed fiercely, as if recognizing the importance of this relic. I approached and lifted the lid, revealing a tangle of withered leaves and brittle parchment, ink faded but words still faintly legible. These were the silent scrolls, records of the hollow's deepest secrets, stories never spoken aloud, truths hidden beneath layers of pain and fear. As I unfurled the fragile pages, the air shifted, and the chamber seemed to breathe, slow, measured, alive with unseen power. The stone woman's voice echoed softly in my mind. To carry the flame is to carry the weight of all things, spoken and unspoken. These scrolls hold the hollow's heart. Read them, and accept the full burden. Trembling, I began to read, each word searing into my soul, stories of betrayal, sacrifice, love lost, and the terrible hunger that had birthed the hollow. Hours passed, or perhaps only moments, as I drank in the truths that had been buried beneath silence for centuries. The flame in my lantern burned brighter with every revelation, a beacon fueled by sorrow and hope entwined. When at last I closed the scrolls, I felt changed, heavier, yes, but stronger. The silence was no longer empty, it was full of meaning, of lives remembered and honored. Rising, I made my way back through the winding tunnels, the flame steady, the weight of the silent well carried deep within me. The forest above awaited, its roots and shadows intertwined with my own. Ash Hollow's hunger remained vast, its darkness ever present. But I was its bearer, its guardian of flame and memory. And I would not falter. I emerged from the silent well into the chill of twilight, the lantern's flame steady yet dimmed by the weight of secrets newly born. Above me, the forest seemed transformed, the trees older, their branches bowed as if burdened by unseen grief. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something sharper, a bitter, metallic tang that spoke of old wounds, bleeding slowly into the roots beneath my feet. This part of Ash Hollow was known only in whispers as the Weeping Grove, a place where sorrow settled like morning mist, and the trees themselves seemed to weep for those lost long ago. As I stepped carefully among the bowed trunks, a low, mournful sound drifted through the air, the soft weeping of leaves trembling in the dusk wind. The lantern's light cast flickering shadows on the ground, revealing pools of dark water scattered among the roots, reflections of the pale sky, but tinged with something unnatural, as if the grief of the forest had seeped into the very soil. I moved cautiously, the stories within me heavy as stone, pressing against my heart. The flame pulsed in my hand, a fragile heartbeat against the quiet sorrow. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath me, subtle at first, then growing stronger. The roots writhed like living things, shifting and twisting beneath the surface. From the shadows emerged figures, ghostly shapes wrapped in flowing robes of bark and moss, faces obscured but eyes glowing with quiet sadness. "We are the weepers," one spoke, voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "Guardians of grief, bound to the sorrow of this place. You carry the flame, bearer, but do you carry the weight of loss?" I nodded, voice firm despite the ache in my chest. "I carry all, the light, the shadow, the silence, and the sorrow. None will be forgotten." The weepers closed around me, their presence a cold embrace that seeped into my bones. They lifted their hands, and the pools of water rippled, reflecting memories of loss, faces of children vanished, lovers torn apart, families broken by fear and darkness. Visions washed over me, a mother's lullaby stilled by tragedy, a father's desperate search fading into silence, the final breath of a soul lost to the hollow's hunger. Each story seared into the flame I carried, igniting it with fierce light. The weepers bowed their heads in solemn blessing. "Then bear this grief, bearer, and let it fuel your flame. For the hollow's hunger is endless, and only remembrance can hold it at bay." As the night deepened, the weeping grew louder, the forest mourning in a chorus of rustling leaves and dripping sap. Yet beneath the sorrow was a strange hope, a fragile promise that even in loss, stories could endure. I lit the lantern brighter, the flame burning steady against the gathering dark. The road ahead was long, the hollow's shadows deep and ever-reaching. But I was its bearer now, guardian of the flame, bound to the roots and sorrow of Ash Hollow. With slow, deliberate steps, I pressed onward into the darkness, the weeping trees watching silently as the flame carried me deeper into the heart of the hollow's secrets. The air was thick, almost viscous, as I ventured deeper into the weeping grove. The trees bowed around me, their branches heavy with moisture, dripping with tears that glistened like liquid crystal in the pale light of my lantern. Each droplet's fall was a muted drumbeat in the symphony of sorrow that filled the grove, a relentless, mournful cadence that echoed in the hollow spaces of my chest. The lantern's flame wavered but never faltered, a steadfast pulse amidst the tide of despair. I could feel the weight of countless stories pressing down, settling on my shoulders like a mantle sewn from grief and memory. The ground beneath my feet was soft and damp, tangled with roots that seemed to breathe beneath the soil. At times, I could swear they moved, curling and twisting like the coils of some sleeping beast disturbed. The forest whispered all around me, voices low and urgent, as if the trees themselves yearned to tell their secrets but were bound by ancient laws of silence. A sudden chill wrapped around me, colder than the night air, and the lantern's light flickered sharply. From the shadows emerged figures draped in tattered cloaks of moss and bark, their faces obscured beneath hoods that seemed to be woven from the very mist itself. "We are the hollow's breath," one said, voice a soft rasp like dry leaves stirred by a dying wind. "We move between worlds, the last echoes of those claimed by the hollow's hunger. You carry the flame, bearer, but do you understand the cost of its breath?" Their presence was both chilling and sorrowful, as if they were the forest's final exhalation, the last vestiges of life and memory before silence. I tightened my grip on the lantern. I carry the flame to honor the breath of those lost, their pain, their hopes, their memories. None shall fade. The hollow's breath circled me, their movements fluid and hypnotic. They wove between the trees, their voices rising in a haunting chorus that filled the night. "Remember us, bearer. The forgotten, the lost, the silent. Carry our breath in your flame, or we are nothing but shadows." The flame pulsed in response, its light growing stronger, cutting through the gathering darkness like a blade. Suddenly, the ground beneath the clearing trembled. Roots burst forth, writhing like serpents in a frenzy, twisting and curling toward the sky. The hollow's hunger was stirring again, restless and ravenous. From the earth rose a towering figure, draped in robes of bark and shadow, eyes glowing with an otherworldly fire. It was the ancient heart of the hollow, a being of sorrow and hunger entwined, bound to the forest's deepest secrets. "You carry the flame," it intoned, voice like the grinding of ancient stone. "But can you bear the breath of the hollow itself? Its endless hunger? The flame you hold is fragile, but the darkness you face is eternal." I lifted the lantern high, flame blazing defiantly against the monstrous shadow. "I am its bearer. The flame is memory, hope, and pain. I will carry it into the darkness and keep the hollow's hunger at bay, no matter the cost." The figure roared, a sound like thunder rolling through the canopy, and the forest responded, branches shattered, roots twisted, and shadows surged like a tidal wave. The hollow's breath swirled around me, a tempest of sorrow and rage, but the flame burned steady, a beacon in the storm. As the battle between flame and shadow raged, I called out the names of the lost, the forgotten souls whose stories fueled the fire in my hands. Their voices joined mine, rising above the chaos in a chorus of remembrance. The hollow's roar faded into a low, mournful sigh. The shadows receded, and the forest grew still once more, but the weight of the night lingered in my bones. The flame flickered softly, its light a quiet promise against the coming darkness. I was the flame's keeper, the bearer of memory and sorrow, bound forever to the roots and breath of Ash Hollow. With weary steps, I continued deeper into the forest, the hollow's breath fading behind me, but its hunger ever present. The forest around me seemed to pulse in rhythm with the flame in my hand, its breath a low whisper beneath the rustling canopy. Though the hollow's breath had receded, the echo of that terrible presence lingered, woven into the very fabric of the weeping grove's ancient roots. I moved forward, each step sinking slightly into the soft earth, the scent of damp moss and decay thick in the air. The lantern's light stretched shadows long and thin, dancing among the twisted trunks like restless spirits. Ahead, the trees gave way to a narrow path that led downward, spiraling gently beneath a natural arch of intertwining branches. I hesitated, feeling the pulse of something beneath the soil, a deep, sorrowful rhythm that seemed to beat like a heart trapped in the earth's veins. This path, I knew, would lead me to the hollow's core, the very source of the ancient hunger that had clawed its way through centuries of silence and shadow. Descending slowly, the air grew cooler, heavier, charged with a palpable weight that pressed against my skin. The dim glow of the lantern flickered in the thickening mist, revealing thick roots like veins snaking across the dark soil. Some were gnarled and broken, while others pulsed faintly with an eerie light, veins of sorrow feeding the forest's dark heart. The whispers returned, voices carried on a chill wind that wound around me like a serpent. They spoke in fragmented sentences, promises, regrets, pleas for release, but their meaning was tangled, obscured beneath layers of time and grief. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath me, and I tumbled into a vast cavern, the air inside thick with moisture and the metallic tang of old blood. The cavern stretched wide and tall, its walls slick with moss and crawling roots that glowed faintly with ghostly light. The sound of dripping water echoed through the chamber, a slow, mournful rhythm that matched the pulsing veins beneath the floor. At the center of the cavern lay a pool of black water, still and mirror-like, reflecting the faint luminescence of the roots above. From its depths rose a spectral figure, a woman draped in flowing robes of shadow and mist, her eyes shimmering with tears of starlight. "You have come far, bearer of flame," she whispered, voice like the rustling of ancient leaves. "This is the heart of the hollow, the source of its hunger and its sorrow. To walk its veins is to carry the weight of every lost soul bound by shadow and silence." I stepped forward, lantern held high, the flame steady despite the cavern's oppressive darkness. "I carry their stories," I said. "Their pain, their hope, their silence. I will bear their memory beyond the hollow's reach. The spectral woman reached out, and the surface of the pool rippled, revealing visions beneath, faces of the lost, moments of love and loss frozen in time, memories bleeding into one another like ink spilled on water. The hollow's hunger is bound to the sorrow it feeds upon, she said softly. But sorrow can also be a shield, a light that burns in the darkest night. The flame you bear can turn the hollow's hunger against itself, but only if you are willing to pay the cost. The cavern trembled, roots writhing like serpents, and the spectral woman faded into the mist, leaving me alone with the pool and the echo of her words. I knelt beside the water, the flame casting long shadows that danced with the cavern's shifting light. The stories inside me burned fiercely, a beacon against the darkness. With a trembling hand, I reached into the pool, cold as death and yet alive with ancient power. The water rippled and flowed around my fingers, pulling me into visions of the hollow's birth, its endless hunger, and the sacrifice that had bound it to the forest's roots. I saw the faces of those who had given themselves to the hollow, their voices silent but their memories seared into the earth. Rising slowly, I felt the weight of those memories settle within me, heavier than any stone, yet as vital as breath. The flame flared bright in my hand, a fierce promise amid the shadows. I knew the journey ahead would demand everything: courage, strength, and the unyielding will to carry the hollow's sorrow without being consumed by it. The forest awaited, silent and watching. The roots beneath my feet pulsed with life and death entwined. And the flame burned steady in my hand. The cavern's silence clung to me as I ascended from the depths, the lantern's flame a fragile pulse against the encroaching shadows. Above, the forest had shifted once more, the trees now gnarled and twisted, their bark rough as ancient scars. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and earth, and the weight of countless forgotten sorrows pressed down like a shroud. The path wound onward, narrow and treacherous, flanked by roots that writhed beneath the surface like restless serpents. Every step was a cautious whisper in the forest's mournful song. The hollow was alive, breathing through the soil, whispering its laments through the leaves. As I moved deeper into the dark heart of Ash Hollow, the flame in my lantern flickered uncertainly. I could feel the sorrow rising, like a tide of unseen tears pooling beneath the soil. The forest seemed to weep in silence, the very air trembling with the grief of 1,000 lost souls. From the shadows, faint figures began to emerge, ghostly silhouettes draped in ragged cloaks of moss and bark, their eyes hollow yet burning with a quiet desperation. These were the lamenters, the restless spirits bound to the hollow's sorrow, forever mourning what was lost. Their voices rose in a haunting chorus, a lament carried on the cold wind. We are the forgotten, the lost beneath the roots. Our stories untold, our names unheard. Bear our sorrow, bearer of flame, lest we be swallowed by silence. The flame pulsed in response, a fierce light burning through the darkness. I reached out, feeling the weight of their grief settle upon me, a burden heavy yet sacred. The lamenters circled, weaving between the ancient trees, their presence a cold embrace that seeped into my bones. Their sorrow was a tangible force, a river of despair that threatened to drown the flame within me. Yet I held fast, whispering the names and stories I carried, calling them back from the edge of oblivion. With every word, the flame grew stronger, a beacon of hope forged from pain. Suddenly, the ground beneath the grove trembled, roots twisting and breaking as if awakened from a long slumber. From the earth rose a monstrous figure, towering and ancient, woven from bark and shadow, its eyes glowing with a fierce, mournful light. It was the hollow's heart, the source of its endless lament. You bear the flame, it rumbled, voice like thunder rolling through the forest. But do you understand the depth of our sorrow? The hunger that feeds upon despair and silence? I raised the lantern high, flame blazing defiantly against the monstrous shadow. I carry all, light and shadow, memory and silence, sorrow and hope. I will bear the hollow's lament and keep its hunger at bay. The ancient being roared, shaking the trees with its fury. The lamenters howled, their voices merging with the wind in a mournful symphony. The flames surged, cutting through the darkness like a blade of pure light, pushing back the shadows that sought to consume us all. When the roar faded, the forest was still once more, but the weight of sorrow lingered in the air like a wound unhealed. The flame flickered softly, a quiet promise against the gathering dark. I was the bearer, the guardian of flame and memory, bound forever to the roots and lament of Ash Hollow. With renewed resolve, I pressed onward, deeper into the forest's haunted heart, where shadows whispered and the flame's light was all that stood between remembrance and oblivion. The forest around me pulsed with a restless energy, the lingering echoes of the hollow's lament weaving through the thick air like a living thing. The trees loomed taller here, their twisted branches stretching out like skeletal fingers against the slate-gray sky. The lantern's flame in my hand flickered, a tiny heartbeat of warmth amid the cold shadows pressing close from every side. Beneath my boots, the earth was soft and churned, roots nodding and writhing beneath the soil as if the forest itself breathed through them. Inhale, exhale, a slow rhythm that resonated with my own pulse. The hunger I'd glimpsed in the depths below was not sated, it stirred anew, an ancient, insatiable force that waited patiently in the dark. I moved forward cautiously, senses sharp. The weight of the sorrow I carried was heavy, yet it gave me purpose, each name, each story a thread binding me to the hollow's tangled history. The flame pulsed steady, a fragile defiance that refused to be extinguished. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the trees, carrying with it the scent of smoke and decay. The whispering voices, once mournful and distant, grew louder, more urgent, weaving around me like a cloak of shadows. From the darkness beyond the trees, shapes began to emerge, figures draped in ragged cloaks of shadow and bark, their eyes glowing faintly with a pale, otherworldly light. They come, the flames seemed to warn. The lost, the broken, the forgotten. The figures moved closer, slow and deliberate, their footsteps silent on the soft earth. They were the hollow's shadows, the restless spirits bound to the forest's hunger, neither alive nor dead, drawn to the flame that dared to burn in their midst. Their faces were twisted in silent agony, mouths opened in wordless screams, eyes hollow wells of despair. They reached out with trembling hands, desperate to grasp the warmth that eluded their cold existence. I lifted the lantern higher, its light cutting through the gathering gloom, a beacon of fragile hope against the encroaching darkness. "You are remembered," I whispered fiercely. "Your stories live within me. You are not forgotten." The shadows hesitated, wavering like mist caught in the wind, their anguish palpable yet held at bay by the flame's steady glow. From the edge of the clearing, a figure stepped forward, tall and cloaked in robes woven from roots and twilight shadows. Her eyes gleamed like polished onyx, deep pools reflecting both sorrow and strength. She was the warden of the hollow's edge, guardian of the boundary between memory and oblivion. "You bear the flame," she said, voice low and resonant. "But the hollow's hunger is cunning. It feeds on fear, on silence, on doubt. To keep the flame burning, you must face the darkness not only around you, but within." I nodded, feeling the weight of her words settle like cold stones in my chest. She extended a slender hand, and the shadows around us coalesced into a swirling vortex of whispered names and forgotten faces. The flame in my lantern pulsed wildly, caught between fear and resolve. "Look into the hollow's heart," the warden urged. "See the darkness that threatens to consume all. To carry the flame is to accept both light and shadow, memory and oblivion. You must walk the path alone." Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the vortex, the shadows closing around me like cold water. The voices rose in a crescendo, cries of pain and loss, laughter and love, whispers of lives lived and broken. The flame flared fiercely in my hand, illuminating fragments of memories swirling in the darkness, a child's first step, a whispered promise, a final farewell. I clung to the flame's warmth, a tether to the world beyond the shadows. The vortex spun faster, pulling me deeper into the hollow's heart. I could feel the hunger reaching for me, probing for weakness, seeking to snuff out the fragile light. But I held fast, whispering the names of the lost, weaving their stories into the flame's glow. Slowly, the shadows began to recede, the darkness thinning as the flame burned brighter, a radiant star in the consuming night. When the vortex faded, I found myself back in the clearing, the warden watching silently. The hollow shadows lingered at the edge, their forms less threatening now, held at bay by the flame's steady light. "You have faced the hollow's hunger and stood your ground," she said. "But the path ahead grows darker still. Remember, the flame is your burden and your shield. Never let it falter." The night deepened, the forest around me alive with whispering leaves and distant cries. I tightened my grip on the lantern, the flame steady and bright against the gathering dark. I was the bearer of the flame, guardian of memory and sorrow, bound forever to the roots and shadows of Ash Hollow. And I would not let the darkness win. The forest seemed to hold its breath as I pressed onward, the lantern's flame a lone star swallowed by the vast expanse of shadow beneath the towering canopy. The air was thick with moisture and the iron tang of old blood, mingling with the scent of damp moss and decayed leaves. Around me, the twisted trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their bark scarred with runes long faded, their roots entwined like serpents guarding secrets too terrible to name. The silence was oppressive, a heavy shroud broken only by the distant drip of water and the soft rustle of unseen creatures moving just beyond the edges of my sight. I could feel the weight of the hollow sorrow settling in my chest, each breath a struggle against the growing darkness that clawed at the edges of my mind. The path twisted downward, narrowing between roots gnarled and slick with moss. Every step was cautious, deliberate, as if the forest itself might reach out and snatch me into its depths. The lantern's flame flickered erratically, shadows dancing like restless spirits upon the ancient bark. Ahead, the ground gave way into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness, the walls alive with a faint phosphorescent glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. The air here was colder, thick with the scent of earth and something else, something sharp and metallic, like rusted chains dragged through blood-soaked soil. At the cavern's center, an altar of stone stood, carved with symbols of sacrifice and sorrow. Upon it lay a withered wreath of blackened leaves and bone-white feathers, the remnants of a ritual long forgotten but still potent with ancient power. A figure stepped from the shadows, tall, slender, cloaked in tattered robes that seemed woven from shadows and the very essence of night. Her face was hidden beneath a hood, but her presence was undeniable, a living embodiment of the hollow's deepest despair and darkest hunger. "You have come far, bearer of flame," she said, voice like the rustling of dry leaves in a dying wind. "But the hollow's reckoning is at hand. To carry the flame is to stand against the tide of oblivion, to face the darkness without faltering." I tightened my grip on the lantern, its flame steady and bright despite the chill in the air. "I will not falter. The flame is memory and hope, it burns to keep the darkness at bay." She nodded slowly, and the cavern seemed to pulse with unseen power. From the shadows emerged more figures, the lamenters, the lost, the hollowed. They gathered in a ring around the altar, their faces pale and eyes hollow, mouths moving in silent prayer or song. The air grew heavy with sorrow and anticipation, the tension so thick it pressed against my skin like water. The figure before me extended a hand, and the altar's symbols flared to life, glowing with a spectral light that bathed the cavern in an eerie glow. The blackened wreath stirred, leaves trembling as if alive. "This is the reckoning," she whispered. "The moment when the flame and the hollow must confront each other, when memory must face oblivion and decide which will endure." The lamenters raised their voices, a haunting melody that wove through the cavern like a spell. The flame in my lantern flared, a brilliant star against the gathering dark. I stepped forward, feeling the weight of every story I carried, every whispered name, every forgotten face, every silent sorrow. The flame pulsed in my hand, a beacon forged in pain and hope. From the shadows surged a tide of darkness, swirling and writhing like a living thing. The hollow's hunger, endless, ravenous, ancient, reaching out to snuff the flame's light, to erase the memories it bore. I held the lantern higher, voice steady despite the roar in my ears. "You will not have it. The flame burns for those who have been lost. Their stories will not fade into the dark." The cavern shook as flame and shadow collided, light and dark entwined in a fierce battle. The air crackled with power, roots twisting violently as if the forest itself struggled to decide its fate. I called out the names of the lost, each one a spark in the growing blaze, voices rising in defiant chorus, a symphony of remembrance and resistance. The shadows screamed, recoiling before the relentless light. When the tumult settled, the cavern was quiet once more. The wreath lay still on the altar, the flame burning steady in my hand, a fragile promise in the vast silence. The figure bowed her head, a faint smile breaking the sorrow on her hidden face. "You have passed the reckoning, bearer. The flame is yours to carry, but beware, the hollow's hunger never sleeps." I turned toward the winding path leading back into the forest, the lantern's light steady and sure. The roots beneath Ash Hollow pulsed softly in the dark. And the flame burned on. The cavern's silence lingered like a fading heartbeat as I stepped away from the altar, the lantern's flame steady in my grasp but my soul trembling with the weight of what I had witnessed. The reckoning had passed, but the shadows it unleashed still clung to the edges of my vision, whispers in the periphery, tremors beneath the soil. I could feel the forest's breath, slow and ancient, like a giant beast stirred from slumber, each exhale releasing echoes of 1,000 forgotten sorrows. The path wound upward now, tangled roots weaving a natural staircase that seemed almost alive, pulsing with faint light like veins beneath my feet. The air was cooler here, thick with the scent of moss, wet earth, and something darker, a subtle, metallic undertone that hinted at old wounds, both in the forest and within myself. As I moved, the whispers grew clearer, soft voices riding the breeze, weaving tales of love and loss, betrayal and sacrifice. They were the echoes of those who had walked these woods long before me, souls woven into the very bark of the ancient trees. A sudden rustle to my right froze me in place. Shadows shifted, and from between two towering oaks stepped a figure, small, cloaked in tattered robes the color of dusk. Her eyes gleamed like polished amber, sharp and knowing. She was a child of the forest, a spirit born from the roots themselves, her presence both unsettling and strangely comforting. "You carry the flame," she said, voice a hushed melody. "But do you hear the echoes beneath the bark? The stories that the trees dare not speak aloud?" I nodded, feeling the flame pulse in my hand, a steady heartbeat against the forest's ancient silence. "I hear them," I replied. "Their voices guide me, their memories fuel the flame. None shall be forgotten." The child's smile was bittersweet, and she reached out to brush a hand against the nearest tree. The bark rippled beneath her touch, revealing a hidden network of symbols, ancient runes glowing faintly with an ethereal light. "These runes bind the forest's memories," she explained. Each one a story, a secret, a piece of the hollow's soul. But some stories are too dark, too painful, even for the trees to hold. They twist beneath the bark, hidden from all but those who dare to look. I leaned closer, tracing the glowing symbols with trembling fingers. As I did, visions flooded my mind, fragments of lives shattered and lost, a family torn apart by jealousy and fear, a lover's final breath whispered beneath a blood-red moon, a child's laughter silenced forever by the forest's hunger. The flame flared suddenly, bright and fierce, and the child stepped back, eyes wide. "You have seen the hollow's true face," she whispered. "Its sorrow runs deep, and its hunger never ends. But the flame you bear can heal as well as burn. You must walk the line between light and shadow, memory and oblivion." The trees around us seemed to lean closer, their leaves rustling in a mournful chorus. The forest was alive with stories, each one a thread in the tangled tapestry of Ash Hollow. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath my feet, roots twisting violently as if the forest itself groaned in pain. From the darkness between the trees emerged a massive figure, a guardian of the hollow, ancient and fierce. Its body was woven from bark and thorn, eyes glowing with a fierce green fire, limbs twisting like the very roots beneath the soil. It bellowed, a sound like 1,000 cracking branches, and the child's spirit vanished in a swirl of mist. The guardian lunged, branches snapping and thorns slicing through the air. I dodged, the lantern's flame flickering wildly as shadows closed in around me. The battle was brutal, a clash of light and darkness, flame and thorn, memory and oblivion. With every strike, I whispered the names of the lost, weaving their stories into the flame's glow. The guardian faltered, its fiery eyes dimming beneath the weight of remembrance. Finally, with a roar that shook the forest, it retreated, dissolving into a tangle of roots and shadows that slithered back beneath the earth. Breathless, I steadied the lantern's light, its glow steady once more. The echoes beneath the bark had revealed their fury, but the flame had not faltered. The path ahead was darker now, shadowed by the weight of the hollow's hunger and sorrow. Yet within me burned a fierce resolve, the flame of memory, hope, and defiance against the consuming dark. Ash Hollow's roots reached deep, its shadows vast and hungry. But I was its bearer. And the flame would not be extinguished. The forest's silence weighed heavily on me as I pressed onward, each step sinking into the thick carpet of moss and fallen leaves that muffled the world's noise. The lantern's flame was my solitary guide, its flickering light casting long, quivering shadows on the gnarled trunk surrounding me. Above, a heavy canopy blocked out the stars, and the air hung thick with the scent of damp earth, moss, and something else, an undercurrent of something ancient and waiting. As I moved deeper into the heart of Ash Hollow, the whispers returned, low and fractured, like breaths carried on a cold wind. They were voices from the past, echoes of those long lost, calling out across time and silence. The flame pulsed in my hand, as if alive, reacting to their mournful chorus. I paused beside an ancient oak, its bark cracked and twisted like the veins of some great beast. The whispers seemed to gather there, swirling around the tree's massive roots like restless spirits. Tentatively, I placed my palm against the rough surface, and a chill shot through my body, visions flooded my mind. I saw a village once thriving where now only shadows remained. Families gathering by hearths, children laughing and chasing fireflies beneath a silver moon. Then, darkness creeping in, fear, betrayal, and the slow gnawing of something unnatural beneath the soil. Faces twisted in terror, whispers turning to screams, and then silence. The lantern's light flared as the visions faded, and I stumbled back, breath ragged. The weight of those forgotten stories pressed against me, a suffocating shroud of sorrow and regret. But beneath it all was a spark, a fragile hope burning faint but steady. From the darkness, a figure emerged, old and bent, cloaked in tattered robes that seemed stitched from shadows and time itself. Her eyes, pale and clouded, locked onto mine with a haunting intensity. "You listen well," she rasped, voice like the grinding of ancient stones. "The hollow remembers, but it does not forgive. To carry the flame is to carry their pain, their fear, their anger. The forgotten are not gone, they linger, waiting for a voice to call them home." Her hand trembled as she extended a gnarled finger toward the deeper woods. "Beyond the veil of leaves lies the garden of ashes, where the hollow's hunger festers strongest. There, the darkest secrets lie buried, and the flame's test will come." Swallowing the rising dread, I nodded, tightening my grip on the lantern. The path before me narrowed, the trees growing closer, their branches intertwining overhead in a suffocating tangle. The whispers grew louder, voices overlapping in a cacophony of sorrow and warning. I pressed forward, every sense alert. The air grew colder still, a biting frost that seemed unnatural in the heart of the forest. Shadows flickered just beyond the flame's reach, shapes shifting and twisting like smoke. Suddenly, the ground beneath me cracked open with a thunderous groan, and I was plunged into darkness, the lantern's flame snuffed out in an instant. Panic surged as I fell, the cold earth rushing to meet me. I landed hard, breath knocked from my lungs. Groping blindly, I found the lantern shattered, the flame extinguished, swallowed by the endless black. The whispers turned into voices, clear and close now, circling me like a tempest of lost souls. "Why do you come?" they asked, sorrow and accusation bleeding through their tones. "What hope can a flicker bring against the hollow's endless night?" Desperation clawed at my throat, but I forced a steady breath. "I come bearing remembrance," I said, voice trembling but firm. "The flame is not just light, it is memory, pain, and the defiance of forgetting. I will carry it through the darkness." A cold hand brushed my shoulder, and suddenly the lantern's flame blazed to life in my trembling grasp. The cavern around me illuminated, revealing walls etched with ancient symbols and faces frozen in silent anguish. The voices quieted, replaced by a heavy, expectant silence. I was alone, yet surrounded by the weight of countless stories waiting to be freed. The journey through the Garden of Ashes would be perilous, the hollow's hunger prowling the shadows, but the flame in my hand was steady now, a beacon amid the black. I rose, heart pounding, and stepped forward into the abyss. I emerged from the pit into a place that seemed born from sorrow itself. The Garden of Ashes stretched before me, an endless wasteland of withered trees, their skeletal branches clawing at a sky perpetually shrouded in thick gray clouds. The ground was cracked and brittle, covered in layers of ash and dust that whispered beneath my boots with every step. A cold wind swept through the desolation, carrying with it the scent of burnt leaves and something more bitter, loss, despair, and the faintest hint of smoke lingering like a ghost. The lantern's flame flickered defiantly in the oppressive gloom, its warm glow a stark contrast to the garden's cold gray. I knew this was the hollow's heart of hunger, where the darkest secrets and the oldest griefs festered beneath the ashen soil. As I moved deeper into the garden, the silence was shattered by the faintest crackling, a brittle sound like dry twigs snapping beneath unseen feet. Shadows shifted among the trees, twisting and coalescing into shapes both familiar and terrifying, specters of those lost to the hollow, their faces blurred and eyes hollow, reaching out with grasping hands made of smoke and ash. They whispered in voices cracked and broken. "Remember us. Remember our pain. Remember our silence." The flame pulsed stronger, a beacon against the despair that clung to the garden like a curse. I whispered back their names, fragments of stories, half-remembered memories, names stolen by time and shadow. With every utterance, the specters wavered, their forms flickering between the realm of the living and the dead. Ahead, the ground gave way to a vast circle of charred stones, an ancient altar scorched black with the marks of ritual fire. Around it, strange symbols etched into the ash pulsed faintly with a ghostly light, and the air was heavy with the echoes of a long-forgotten sacrifice. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a woman cloaked in ashes and tattered veils of smoke. Her eyes shone like molten embers, and her voice was both a whisper and a roar, shaking the very earth beneath my feet. "I am the Ash Mother," she declared, "the keeper of the Hollow's deepest hunger and oldest sorrow. You carry the flame that burns against the void, but do you truly understand what it demands?" I lifted the lantern higher, flame flickering bravely. "The flame is memory and hope. It is the light that binds the lost to the living. I bear it to keep the Hollow's hunger from consuming all." She smiled, a cruel twist that sent shivers down my spine. "Then face the hunger within the garden, bearer. Prove that your flame can withstand the darkness that lives beneath the ash." The ground trembled, and the altar's ashes swirled upward, forming a towering figure of smoke and embers, an ancient beast born of fire and grief. Its eyes burned with a furious light, and its voice echoed like thunder through the garden. "You shall not pass," it bellowed, "the Hollow's hunger devours all who dare defy it." The battle was fierce, flame against shadow, light against ash. The beast lashed out with claws of smoke, its breath a scorching wind of despair and fire. I dodged and weaved, the lantern's flame steady as I called forth the names of the forgotten, weaving their stories into a shield of light. With each name, the beast faltered, its form flickering between destruction and renewal. Summoning every ounce of strength, I thrust the lantern's flame forward, a lance of memory piercing the creature's heart. It roared, a sound that shook the ground and scattered ash like a storm, then shattered into 1,000 sparks that drifted upward into the gray sky. The garden grew still, the oppressive weight lifting slightly as the Hollow's hunger recoiled, wounded but not defeated. Breathless and trembling, I knew the road ahead would grow darker still. But the flame in my hand burned bright, a fragile beacon in the endless night. Ash Hollow's roots reached deep, its shadows endless, but I was the bearer of flame, and I would carry their light into the darkest places. The garden of ashes lay behind me, its smoldering shadows retreating into memory as I stepped beneath the silent canopy of the ancient forest once more. Here, the air was dense with dampness, a sharp contrast to the brittle wasteland I had just escaped. The trees rose tall and thick, their leaves a deep green veil against the muted light of a hidden sun. Yet even in this refuge, a palpable tension lingered, the forest's breath was shallow, its heart uneasy. The lantern's flame burned steady, a fragile pulse amid the quiet that seemed to press from all sides. Each footfall sank softly into the moss-covered earth, the silence broken only by the distant, sorrowful call of a lone owl and the whisper of wind weaving through the branches. I moved forward slowly, aware that the Hollow's hunger had not abandoned this place. Its roots ran deep beneath every stone and leaf, threading through the forest like veins of shadow and silence. The memories I carried were heavy, but they were also my strength, a tapestry of sorrow and defiance that held the darkness at bay. Suddenly, the lantern's light flickered and dimmed, and a chill raced down my spine. The forest seemed to close in, the shadows deepening until shapes began to materialize, tall, thin figures cloaked in tattered bark and moss, their faces hidden beneath hoods of tangled branches. Their eyes glowed faintly with an unnatural light, and they moved with a quiet, deliberate grace. The forest spirits had come, the watchers of the Hollow, ancient guardians bound to the forest's will. Their voices rose in a low, harmonious chant, weaving through the trees like a living spell. Bearer of flame, keeper of memories, the hollow's thirst remains unquenched. You walk a perilous path, where light and shadow entwine in eternal dance. Will you stand when the darkness calls? I met their gaze, feeling the weight of their silent judgment. I carry their stories, their sorrow and their hope. The flame will not falter. The watchers exchanged glances, their presence both a warning and a benediction. Slowly, they parted, revealing a narrow path winding deeper into the forest's heart. The journey grew more arduous. Roots tangled like serpents beneath the mossy soil, and the canopy above thickened until it seemed to swallow the sky whole. Strange sounds echoed, faint whispers, sudden rustlings, and distant cries that twisted into the wind like echoes of past suffering. The lantern's flame flared as if to push back the growing darkness. Suddenly, the earth beneath me trembled. From the shadows erupted a massive creature, its form carved from knotted wood and tangled vines, eyes blazing with ancient fury. It was the guardian of the hollow, a titan born from the forest's anguish, tasked with testing those who dared carry the flame. The battle was brutal and unrelenting. Branches whipped and cracked like thunderclaps, roots writhed to entangle and crush. The lantern's light flickered dangerously as I dodged and parried, whispering the names of those lost to the hollow's hunger. Each name was a strike, a spark of memory that weakened the beast's relentless assault. With a cry that echoed through the woods, I thrust the lantern's flame toward the guardian's heart, and the creature shuddered, its bark cracking and shedding like dead skin. It bellowed a final mournful roar before dissolving into a cascade of leaves and shadow. Exhausted but unbroken, I pressed onward, deeper into the forest's core where the hollow's true secret awaited. The weight of countless stories pressed around me, the flame a steadfast pulse against the eternal night. Ash Hollow was vast, its roots tangled with grief and hunger, but I was its bearer, the last hope in the suffocating dark. And the flame would burn on. The forest thickened into a near impenetrable labyrinth, its towering trees twisting skyward like colossal hands grasping for a lost sun. Beneath the canopy, twilight reigned eternal, the light from my lantern casting a narrow path through the gloom. Every breath I drew was heavy with damp earth, moss, and an underlying scent, like smoke drifting from a forgotten fire, mingled with something sour and metallic. Each step felt like wading deeper into the hollow's veins, those ancient root networks that pulsed beneath the soil as though the forest itself were a living creature, silently breathing its sorrow and hunger into the night. The flame in my hand pulsed faintly, like a fragile heartbeat fighting against the engulfing dark. Whispers curled through the air like tendrils of mist, fragmented voices weaving together in a dissonant melody. They were memories entwined with shadows, fragments of lives lost, secrets buried beneath centuries of rot and silence. I strained to understand them, the flame flickering with each mournful tale. Suddenly, a cold, bitter wind swept through the underbrush, and the ground trembled beneath my feet. From the tangled roots ahead, a great fissure opened like the yawning maw of some colossal beast. From within it emerged a mass of darkness, writhing, twisting tendrils of shadow that slithered across the earth like living smoke. The hollow's hunger had taken form again, a formless, shifting nightmare, born from centuries of sorrow and forgotten grief. It stretched toward me with grasping tendrils, each movement pulsing with a sickly, unnatural rhythm. Its voice was a chorus of despair, 1,000 lost cries melding into a single, terrible wail. "You carry the flame," it hissed, "but it cannot save you. We are the void beneath memory, the silence after the song. We consume all." I raised the lantern high, its flame a beacon against the suffocating dark. "You consume only what is forgotten. I carry their stories. Their pain, their love, their defiance. The flame burns for them, and it will not be extinguished." The shadow mass surged forward, tendrils whipping like serpents, trying to snuff the flame and drag me into oblivion. I dodged and weaved, the earth beneath my feet trembling with the force of the encounter. Each time I called a name, each memory a spark, the shadow recoiled, flickering as if scorched by unseen fire. The battle was both physical and spiritual, a dance of light and shadow, memory and void. I could feel the flame weakening as the hollow's hunger tested me, probing for cracks in my resolve. Desperation surged within me, and I plunged the lantern into the earth beneath the fissure. The flame erupted in a brilliant burst, sending waves of radiant light pulsing outward like ripples across a still pond. The tendrils writhed and shrieked, retreating into the fissure's depths as the light consumed their darkness. The fissure sealed itself slowly, roots knitting back together as if the earth were healing. The forest grew still, the oppressive weight lifting slightly, though the scent of ash and sorrow lingered in the air. Panting, I lifted the lantern, its flame steady once more. The hollow's hunger had been driven back, but I knew this was only a reprieve. The roots beneath Ash Hollow stretched far and deep, their shadows endless and hungry. Yet, within me burned a fierce resolve. I was the bearer of flame, guardian of memory, and the last defiance against the devouring dark. With careful steps, I moved forward, deeper into the labyrinth of roots and shadows, where the flame's strength would be tested like never before. The forest seemed to breathe around me, each rustling leaf and shifting shadow a pulse in the living body of Ash Hollow. The weight of the night pressed in from every side, thick and suffocating, yet the flame in my hand burned steady, a beacon of fragile hope in the consuming dark. The scent of damp earth mixed with the faint, metallic tang of ancient blood, a reminder that this place was carved from sorrow as much as soil. Ahead, the roots twisted and knotted like the veins of some monstrous creature, pulsating softly beneath the surface as if the forest's heart beat just beyond my grasp. The path narrowed, hemmed in by towering trees whose bark was scarred with deep furrows, as if clawed by unseen hands. As I walked, the whispers returned, softer now, almost a lullaby, yet laden with the weight of forgotten grief. Names and stories floated on the wind, fragments of lives shattered long ago, tethered to the roots and shadows that defined this place. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, and the ground beneath me trembled faintly. From the shadows ahead, a figure emerged, a man, or what had once been a man, draped in tattered clothing and cloaked in the forest's sorrow. His eyes glowed with a cold, hollow light, and his voice was a broken echo. Bearer of the flame, he murmured, you walk a path few dare tread. The hollow's hunger is endless. It feeds on memory, on loss, on silence. To carry the flame is to carry the weight of all who have been swallowed by the dark. I met his gaze, feeling the truth in his words. I carry their stories. Their pain, their hopes, their defiance. The flame will not falter. He nodded slowly, a faint smile breaking the sadness. Then you may yet bring light where none has shone before. But beware, the hollow's heart beats strongest beneath these roots. There, the darkness waits to claim what remains. With his words lingering in the air, I pressed onward, the flame in my lantern pulsing like a heartbeat against the encroaching shadow. The trees grew closer, their branches entwining overhead to form a vault of twisting wood and shadow that seemed to swallow all light. Beneath the soil, the roots throbbed visibly, rising like serpents that writhed and tangled, forming a grotesque lattice that barred my passage. The earth was warm beneath my feet, pulsing with life and death. From the dark soil erupted a terrible vision, a massive heart, woven from roots and shadow, pulsing with an unholy rhythm that shook the very ground. It was the hollow's core, ancient, hungry, and alive with a sorrow so deep it seemed to seep into my bones. The flame in my hand flared fiercely, casting stark shadows that danced wildly across the massive root heart. The forest around me held its breath as I faced the embodiment of the hollow's hunger and pain. Bearer of flame, the heart seemed to whisper, its voice a chorus of anguished souls, why do you persist? The darkness is eternal. Resistance is but a flicker soon swallowed by oblivion. I lifted the lantern high, its glow a defiant beacon against the endless night. Because even the smallest light can cast back the deepest shadow. I carry the flame for those who cannot. Their stories will not be lost. The root heart quivered and pulsed, releasing waves of shadow that surged toward me like crashing waves. I stood firm, the flame growing brighter with every step, every whispered name, every memory kindled against the darkness. The battle was not just of flame and shadow, but of will and memory, a test of the soul itself. With a cry that shattered the silence, I thrust the lantern's flame into the root heart's core. Light exploded outward, burning through shadow and sorrow, illuminating the forest with fierce, brilliant radiance. The root heart convulsed, then shattered like glass, scattering shards of light that drifted upward into the canopy and dissolved like stars returning to the night sky. Exhausted but victorious, I sank to my knees, the lantern's light steady and warm in my trembling hands. The hollow's heartbeat had slowed, its hunger pushed back, but the roots beneath still whispered secrets, and the shadows still watched with patient hunger. I was the bearer of flame, the guardian of memory and hope. And the forest would remember. The shattered remnants of the hollow's heart shimmered faintly on the forest floor, their light dissolving into the mist that clung to the gnarled roots and twisted trunks. My breath came in ragged gasps, each inhalation sharp with cold and the lingering scent of ash and earth. The forest held a heavy silence now, a hush thick with the weight of what had passed and what was yet to come. Above, the canopy barely parted, swallowing the faintest glimmers of a pale, gray dawn. The lantern's flame flickered but did not falter, its soft glow a warm pulse against the chill that crept beneath my skin. With slow, deliberate steps, I pressed onward, knowing that the path through Ash Hollow was far from over. The hunger had been driven back, but never truly defeated. The trees here were ancient, some cracked and blackened by time, others cloaked in thick moss that dripped like silent tears. As I walked, the whispers returned, not the angry, desperate voices of before, but a mournful lament woven with threads of longing and regret. The veil between the living and the lost seemed thinner here, the air dense with memories too heavy to bear. I came to a clearing, and in its center stood a great stone archway, half swallowed by ivy and twisted roots. Its surface was carved with symbols of grief and remembrance, hands reaching skyward, faces caught in eternal sorrow, eyes that seemed to watch and mourn. I stepped through the arch, and the world shifted. The air grew colder, heavier, and a suffocating silence pressed against my ears. Before me stretched a realm of shadow, a mirrored forest where the trees were blackened, their leaves ash-gray, and the ground barren and cracked. This was the Vale of Sorrow, a place where the hollow's pain took form, where the lost wandered, trapped between memory and oblivion. From the shadows emerged figures, some human, others twisted and broken, reflections of lives shattered by fear and despair. Their eyes glowed with a faint, mournful light, and they reached toward me, their voices like distant echoes. "Remember us," they whispered, "the forgotten, the broken, the betrayed. Remember our stories, lest we fade forever." The lantern's flame burned steadily in response, its glow a bridge between worlds. I whispered the names I had gathered, voices rising in a fragile chorus of remembrance. The figures wavered, their forms shifting between shadow and light, their faces softening with recognition. One by one, they stepped closer, until I was surrounded by a sea of spectral memories, each one a fragment of the hollow's tortured past. Among them, a woman stepped forward, her face etched with sorrow and strength. She wore a wreath of wilted flowers, and her eyes held the weight of 1,000 griefs. "I am Alara," she said, voice clear and trembling. "Long ago, I was lost to the hollow's hunger. But through remembrance, I live on. Carry our stories with you, bearer of flame. Let them be a shield against the darkness." Her hand brushed mine, and a wave of warmth flooded through me, mingling with the flame's steady glow. Around us, the veil shimmered, the shadows retreating like a tide drawn back by a distant moon. The forest shifted again, and I found myself standing before a vast, ancient tree, its trunk scarred with deep furrows that pulsed with faint, golden light. This was the heartwood, the source of the hollow's strength and sorrow. The roots stretched endlessly beneath, tangled with memories and shadows. The lantern's light danced across the bark, revealing new runes, symbols of healing, protection, and remembrance. I traced them with trembling fingers, feeling the forest's heartbeat resonate with my own. But the peace was fragile. A sudden chill swept through the clearing, and from the shadows stepped a figure cloaked in black, a wraith of sorrow and vengeance, eyes burning with cold fire. "You carry stolen light," it hissed. "But the hollow's hunger never fades. Its darkness will reclaim all." I lifted the lantern high, its flame blazing like a star against the gloom. "I carry the stories of the lost," I declared. "Their pain, their hope. The flame will not be extinguished." The wraith lunged, a tempest of shadows swirling around its form. The battle that followed was a fierce clash of flame and dark, memory and oblivion. The lantern's light cut through the shadows, weaving a protective shield as I called forth the names of those who had come before. With a final, defiant cry, I drove the flame into the wraith's heart. It screamed, a sound like cracking ice and broken promises, before dissolving into mist that drifted away on the wind. The veil of sorrow lifted like morning fog, revealing the forest bathed in the gentle light of dawn. The hunger had been pushed back once more, but I knew the journey was far from over. Ash Hollow's roots ran deep, and its shadows were patient. I was the bearer of flame, the guardian of memory, light, and hope. And I would carry their stories until the end of night. Dawn's pale light filtered weakly through the dense canopy, casting long, tremulous shadows that danced like ghosts among the trees. The forest was breathing once again, slow, heavy breaths that stirred the fallen leaves beneath my feet. The lantern's flame still flickered softly in my hand, a fragile ember amid the heavy, wet silence. The veil of sorrow had lifted, but the scars it left behind lingered in every hollow root and twisted branch. I could feel it, the forest's unease, as if something darker than sorrow had stirred in the depths. The hunger I had pushed back was not defeated, it only waited, patient and hungry, biding its time. With cautious steps, I followed a narrow path where the earth felt softer and wetter, the moss thickening beneath my boots. The air grew colder, sharper, filled with the scent of decay and something unfamiliar, a faint metallic tang that pricked at my senses. The trees grew closer, their branches woven tightly above, filtering what little light pierced the canopy into muted emerald hues. Suddenly, the forest fell silent. No rustle of leaves, no calls of birds or insects. Even the wind ceased its whispering. It was a silence so complete it roared in my ears. From that silence emerged a shape. A gathering of figures, dark, indistinct forms with glowing eyes that pierced the gloom. They moved as one, a slow, deliberate procession emerging from the shadows. Their bodies were draped in tattered cloaks made of moss and bark, faces obscured by hoods or twisted into rough masks of wood and bone. The Watchers, the ancient sentinels of Ash Hollow, called forth by the forest to judge those who dared to carry the flame. They encircled me silently, their eyes gleaming with a mix of sorrow, suspicion, and something like longing. The eldest among them stepped forward, a towering figure crowned with twisted branches, his voice a low rumble that seemed to shake the earth. "Bearer of flame," he intoned, "you have walked the path of memory and pain, faced the hollow's hunger and its shadows. Yet the roots of Ash Hollow run deeper than flame and light. To walk this forest is to bear its burden, the weight of stories untold and secrets better left buried." I held the lantern steady. "I bear their stories to keep the darkness at bay. The flame is hope." The watchers murmured among themselves, their voices like the rustling of dead leaves. Then the eldest nodded, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "There is one last trial," he said. "Beyond the hollow's heart lies the well of whispers, where the roots drink deep of forgotten sorrows and the darkest hunger festers. To claim your place as the flame's bearer, you must descend into the well and confront the core of the hollow's soul." The path to the well was steep and treacherous, winding through thickets of brambles and twisted roots that seemed to reach out like fingers, eager to snare and trap. The forest around me grew darker, the air thick with an oppressive weight that pressed down on my chest. Every step was a struggle, the flame in my hand flickering wildly as if battling an unseen storm. Finally, I reached the mouth of the well, a yawning pit sunk deep into the earth, its edges lined with ancient stones carved with runes of binding and protection. From its depths rose a low, mournful sound, a chorus of whispers, cries, and half-forgotten names. I took a deep breath and stepped into the well. The air inside was cold and damp, pressing close like a living thing. The walls glistened with moisture, tangled roots writhing like serpents in the darkness. The lantern's flame burned steady, a beacon that pushed back the swallowing black. Voices rose around me, layered and overlapping, a symphony of sorrow and rage, love and loss. The well was alive with memory, each whisper a thread in the tangled web of the hollow's soul. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in shadow and flame, eyes burning with an eternal fire. The hollow's true heart, a guardian born of grief and fury. "You carry the flame," it said, voice like crackling embers. "But can your light withstand the truth beneath the roots? Will your fire burn bright when all around you turns to ash?" I stood tall, the lantern held high, its light blazing against the darkness. "I carry the light of those forgotten. Their stories are my strength. The flame will not die." The battle was unlike any before, flame and shadow clashed in a whirlwind of fire and ash. The hollow's heart surged with fury, tendrils of darkness seeking to snuff the light. But with every strike, every name spoken, the flame grew stronger, burning through shadow and silence. In the end, the guardian faltered, its form dissolving into a shower of sparks that drifted upward like dying stars. I emerged from the well, breathless but victorious. The well's whispers softened into a gentle murmur, a lullaby of peace and remembrance. The flame in my hand burned steady, a beacon that would carry the stories of Ash Hollow into the endless night. The watchers bowed in silent respect, their eyes glowing with newfound hope. Ash Hollow's roots were deep, its shadows long, but the flame would burn on. Emerging from the well of whispers, the forest around me felt transformed yet hauntingly familiar, as if the very air had shifted, thick with ancient sorrow but tempered by a fragile hope. The lantern's flame, once flickering uncertainly, now burned with steady resolve, its golden light pushing back the gathering shadows. The watchers remained silent, their forms blending into the mist like ancient sentinels guarding a fragile peace. Yet beneath the surface of the forest's stillness, I could sense the lingering hunger, a restless undercurrent threading through the roots and earth, patient, watching, waiting. I took a slow breath and began my journey back through the dense woods, each step heavy with the weight of memories carried and battles fought. The thick moss muffled my footsteps, and the twisted branches above filtered the muted sunlight into dappled patterns that danced on the forest floor. It was a world suspended between life and decay, hope and despair. Everywhere, the forest seemed alive with whispers, not of anger or malice now, but soft, mournful sighs of souls who had found some small measure of peace, their stories woven back into the fabric of Ash Hollow. But peace in Ash Hollow was fragile. The path twisted suddenly, and before me loomed a vast clearing ringed by towering oaks, their bark blackened and scarred. At the center stood an altar of stone, ancient and worn, its surface etched with intricate runes glowing faintly with the lantern's light. This was the Heartstone, the nexus where the forest's sorrow and memory converged, the place where the hollow's hunger had first taken root. As I stepped forward, the ground trembled beneath my feet, and a cold wind swept through the clearing, carrying voices, pleading, angry, desperate. From the shadows stepped a figure cloaked in ash and flame, her eyes burning with fierce sorrow. She was the Ashen Warden, guardian of the Heartstone and keeper of the Hollow's deepest secrets. "You carry the flame," she said, voice like the crackle of burning wood, "but the Hollow's hunger is not so easily sated. It feeds on grief, on fear, on silence. To truly protect this forest, you must embrace the embers within, the ashes of what was lost, and the fire of what remains." She raised a hand, and the altar flared with fiery light, revealing visions, scenes of the past, a village swallowed by shadow, a mother's desperate plea, children lost to the night, love shattered by fear and hunger. The flame in my hand pulsed in time with the visions, and I understood. The Hollow was not just a place of darkness and despair, it was a crucible where loss and hope collided. To carry the flame was to carry both ash and ember, the pain of what was lost and the defiant light of what endured. The Ashen Warden stepped closer, her gaze intense. "Will you carry this burden? Will you bear the ashes and tend the embers, even as the Hollow's hunger seeks to consume all?" I lifted the lantern high, its flame burning bright against the encroaching shadows. "I will. For the lost, for the living, for the flame that binds us all." The warden nodded slowly, a faint smile touching her lips. "Then you are ready." With a sweeping motion, she vanished into the shadows, leaving the altar glowing softly. The forest seemed to exhale, the tension easing as if a great weight had been lifted. Yet, deep beneath the earth, I could feel the roots shift and pulse, a reminder that the Hollow's hunger still stirred, ancient and unyielding. I turned away from the Heartstone, the lantern's light steady in my grasp. The road ahead was uncertain and fraught with shadows, but the flame I bore would not falter. Ash Hollow's roots were tangled with sorrow, but its embers burned bright. And I was the bearer of flame. The forest seemed to exhale as I stepped away from the Heartstone, the lingering glow of the altar's fire dimming but never fully fading. The trees stretched high and dark around me, their twisted limbs creaking faintly in the cold wind, which carried the faint scent of smoke and earth, a reminder of the ash and embers that lay entwined beneath the forest floor. The lantern's flame was a steady pulse in my hand, a fragile beacon against the encroaching shadows, and I felt the weight of the Hollow's story settle upon my shoulders, not just sorrow and hunger, but defiance and memory. The flame carried all of it, and I was its bearer. The path ahead was uncertain, winding deep into the oldest parts of Ash Hollow where few dared tread. The canopy above grew thicker, swallowing the sky, and the air chilled until each breath hung like frost in the silence. With every step, the ground beneath me seemed alive with whispers, soft voices weaving a tapestry of forgotten pain and lingering hope. I paused beside a gnarled tree, its bark etched with faint runes pulsing softly with an otherworldly light. The runes spoke of protection and remembrance, binding the stories of the lost to the roots of the forest itself. I pressed my hand against the bark, feeling a surge of warmth and a flood of memories, echoes of lives intertwined with the hollow's endless hunger. From the shadows emerged figures, ghostly, ethereal forms of those who had been claimed by the forest, yet now lingering, tethered by memory and the flame I carried. They spoke without words, their presence a gentle reminder of the past and the fragile thread of hope that still bound them. One figure, a young woman cloaked in mist and moonlight, stepped forward. Her eyes shone with sorrow and strength. "You carry the flame through the darkness," she whispered, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "But the hollow's hunger is relentless. It feeds not just on flesh and bone, but on the silence that follows loss. You must kindle the embers of memory, lest the flame be smothered." I nodded, understanding the truth in her words. The flame was not merely a light, it was a living thing, sustained by remembrance and courage. Without the stories, the flame would falter, and the hollow would claim all. The ghostly figures faded like mist, leaving me alone with the forest's breath and the steady glow of the lantern. The ground trembled beneath my feet, and from the earth rose a great serpent of roots and ash, eyes blazing with ancient fury. The hollow's hunger had not been defeated, it was evolving, growing stronger, its wrath a living storm. The battle was fierce and unyielding. The serpent lashed with thorn tendrils, seeking to crush and consume. I dodged and countered, calling forth names and memories like arrows of light, each a spark against the darkness. The lantern's flame blazed higher, a roaring beacon that scorched the serpent's shadowed form. With a final cry, the creature shattered into a shower of glowing embers that drifted upward and scattered into the night. Exhausted but unbroken, I knew the path ahead would only grow darker. The hollow's roots spread far and deep, entwined with sorrow and silence. Yet, the flame I carried was stronger now, a living ember burning against the night. I was the bearer of flame, the guardian of stories and hope. And the forest's heart beat with the pulse of light and shadow entwined. The forest around me breathed with a slow, heavy rhythm, as if it were a great beast slumbering beneath layers of earth and shadow. My feet pressed into the soft moss and damp soil, each step stirring faint echoes of lives long faded. The lantern's flame cast a warm glow, its light a fragile thread weaving through the dense, tangled undergrowth. Above, the canopy thickened until the sky was no more than a memory, swallowed whole by twisting branches and dense foliage. Despite the eerie stillness, I could feel a subtle trembling beneath the ground, as if the roots themselves whispered secrets only the ancient forest could hear. The hollow's hunger was not just a force of shadow and ash, it was a living pulse, entwined with the very veins of the earth. To face it was to confront the deep, unfathomable sorrow that had rooted itself in this place centuries ago. The path before me narrowed, winding between towering trunks that loomed like silent sentinels. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of wet earth and decayed leaves. I reached a low ridge where the soil had split open, revealing a tangle of gnarled roots weaving together like the fingers of a monstrous hand. As I stepped closer, the lantern's flame flickered violently, shadows stretching and contorting as if the forest itself recoiled at my presence. A low murmur rose from the depths, a chorus of whispering voices, cracked and broken, calling out from the roots beneath. I knelt beside the exposed earth and placed my hand on the roots, feeling their cold, rough texture. The whispers grew louder, voices layered like the rings of an ancient tree, each one a story of pain, loss, or defiance. From the darkness beneath, a shape began to form, thin and sinewy, woven from the forest's very essence. It rose slowly, a figure of bark and soil, eyes glowing faintly with sorrow and rage. The hollow's root wraith. "You carry the flame," it spoke, voice like the rustling of dead leaves, "but do you understand the weight it bears? The memories it must hold? The darkness it must fight within?" I met its gaze, steady despite the chill that seeped into my bones. I carry their stories. I carry their pain and their hope. The flame burns for all who cannot. The root wraith's form twisted, limbs branching and cracking as it moved with slow, deliberate grace. Then prove it. The battle was unlike any I had faced before. The root wraith struck with tendrils of living wood, whipping and coiling with crushing force. The ground beneath me shifted and trembled as it summoned roots from the earth, binding and crushing with relentless grip. Each time I called forth a name, each memory a spark, the lantern's flame blazed higher, pushing back the tendrils and roots. I whispered stories of love lost, courage born, and defiance in the face of oblivion, weaving a shield of light that held the shadows at bay. The fight stretched on, brutal and exhausting, the forest around me alive with whispered echoes and the scent of smoke and ash. My arms ached, my breath came ragged, but the flame in my hand never wavered. With a final surge of strength, I drove the lantern's light into the heart of the wraith. It screamed, a sound like cracking wood and shattered dreams, before dissolving into a cascade of glowing embers that drifted upward, mingling with the lantern's steady glow. Silence fell, heavy and profound. The roots beneath the ridge settled once more, their whispers fading into a soft murmur of peace. The forest seemed to breathe easier, the oppressive weight lifting like a long-held breath released. I rose slowly, every muscle trembling with fatigue and relief. The flame still burned, steady and bright, a beacon against the ever-present dark. But even as I took my first steps forward, deeper into the heart of Ash Hollow, I knew the hunger still stirred beneath the earth, patient, eternal, and waiting. And I, the bearer of flame, would face it. The deeper I ventured into Ash Hollow, the thicker the silence became, a quiet so profound it pressed against my eardrums like a physical weight. The lantern's steady flame cut a fragile path through the dense shadows, its golden light barely penetrating the encroaching gloom. The forest around me seemed to pulse with a breath that was ancient, slow, and knowing, as if the very trees themselves were watching, waiting to see if I could withstand the dark secrets woven into the roots below. Beneath the canopy, the air grew damp and heavy, carrying the scent of wet earth and decayed leaves. Moss clung to the gnarled trunks and stones that littered the uneven ground, softening my footsteps but muffling my senses. Every now and then, a distant drip of water echoed through the stillness, like a heartbeat marking time in this living tomb. As I moved forward, the path narrowed abruptly, hemmed in by towering trees whose twisted limbs formed archways that seemed to close behind me. The branches above knitted into a tangled web, blotting out the last traces of fading light. It was as if I had stepped inside the very ribs of the forest, a labyrinth built from wood, shadow, and memory. The whispers returned, faint and fragmented at first, then swelling into a chorus of overlapping voices that seemed to come from all directions at once. They spoke in tongues older than any language I knew, layered with sorrow and longing, each echo carrying a story of loss or despair trapped beneath the earth. The flame flickered in my hand, fighting against the rising tide of darkness. Suddenly, the ground beneath me shifted, a tremor that rippled through the roots and soil like a shudder from the depths. The earth cracked open along a jagged line, revealing a gaping fissure that yawned wide like the mouth of some colossal beast. From the shadows within, a cold breath rose up, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of decay and old blood. Steeling myself, I stepped closer, the lantern's light revealing the edges of ancient stones carved with cryptic symbols, runes of binding and warning. I knew this fissure was no mere crack in the earth but a gateway, a portal into the very heart of Ash Hollow's curse. Taking a deep breath, I descended into the darkness. The air grew colder with every step, thick and suffocating like a shroud woven from mist and shadow. The walls around me were slick with damp earth and crawling roots, pulsing faintly as if alive. My footsteps echoed hollowly, swallowed quickly by the oppressive silence. The lantern's flame was a solitary pulse of warmth in the overwhelming black. Within the depths, the whispers grew louder, more urgent, fragmented voices of the lost, pleading and accusing, their tones threaded with fear and ancient rage. The labyrinth stretched out before me, a twisting maze of tunnels carved by the forest's hunger, each turn threatening to trap me in a web of shadow and memory. As I navigated the twisting passages, the air shimmered, and ghostly apparitions began to coalesce, translucent figures frozen in moments of pain and despair. Some reached out with trembling hands, eyes wide with silent pleas, others stood rooted in sorrow, faces twisted by regret. The flame's glow revealed the stories etched into their forms, a child lost to darkness, a mother's desperate cry, a warrior's final stand against the encroaching void. I whispered their names, the flame pulsing stronger with each remembrance, weaving light into the oppressive shadows. The labyrinth seemed to respond, the walls shifting subtly, guiding me deeper toward the hollow's core. But the deeper I went, the heavier the burden of memory grew. The voices coalesced into a deafening roar, threatening to overwhelm my mind and spirit. Faces flickered at the edges of my vision, twisted masks of grief, rage, and endless hunger. The flame flickered dangerously as I battled the creeping despair that sought to snuff it out. In the heart of the labyrinth, I found it, a chamber carved from roots and stone, pulsing with a terrible energy. At its center lay a massive root-bound altar, dark and slick with sap, crowned by a withered crown of ash. The hollow's soul, the source of its insatiable hunger. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in shifting darkness, eyes burning like dying stars, the hollow's true heart, a twisted wraith born from centuries of sorrow and rage. Its voice was a terrible echo, a symphony of all the lost souls entwined within the forest. "You have come far, bearer of flame," it hissed, "but can you endure the weight of all that is lost? Will your light hold when the darkness claims even your memories?" The lantern's flame flared defiantly, casting sharp shadows against the walls. "I carry their stories. Their pain is my strength. The flame will not die." The battle that followed was fierce and unyielding, a dance of flame and shadow, memory and oblivion. The wraith lashed with tendrils of darkness, striking with the fury of centuries of grief. I countered with sparks of light and whispered names, each a blade of hope that carved through the consuming night. The altar pulsed with every strike, the air thick with ash and embers. Sweat and tears mingled as I fought not just for survival, but for the soul of the forest itself. At last, with a cry that shattered the oppressive silence, I thrust the lantern's flame deep into the altar's core. A burst of blinding light erupted, shattering the shadows and splintering the wraith into a cascade of glowing embers that drifted upward like stars returning to the sky. The labyrinth trembled and began to collapse, roots receding and earth closing the fissure as if healing a wound. I scrambled upward, the flame lighting my path back to the surface. Emerging into the pale dawn, I felt the forest breathe around me, lighter somehow, the shadows pulled back as if retreating before a new dawn. The hunger was pushed back once more, though the roots beneath whispered still, patient, eternal. I was the bearer of flame, the guardian of stories, of hope and memory. And Ash Hollow's roots would never claim me. The forest exhaled a slow, trembling breath as I emerged from the depths of the labyrinth, the dawn's fragile light filtering weakly through the thick canopy overhead. The air was cool, damp, and alive with the scent of moss and decaying leaves, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness I had just escaped. The lantern's flame flickered steadily in my hand, a stubborn beacon against the shadows that still clung to the edges of Ash Hollow. But though the fissure had sealed and the wraith had been vanquished, the hunger was far from quelled. The roots beneath the forest throbbed with restless energy, pulsing like a wounded heart struggling against the weight of centuries. I could feel it deep in my bones. The hollow's hunger was patient, eternal, and waiting. The path before me was now overgrown and tangled, the earth soft beneath my feet, soaking with the remnants of forgotten rain. Every step was heavy with the weight of stories carried, and the flame I bore burned not only as light but as a solemn vow. A vow to hold the line between memory and oblivion. I moved slowly, eyes sharp for any sign of the lurking shadows that still hunted the forest's edges. The watchers, once silent sentinels, now appeared sporadically, their forms flickering like dying embers, their eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and lingering sorrow. One approached me, an elder with bark-like skin and branches twisted like a crown. His voice was a low rumble, thick with age and weariness. The hollow's roots reach deeper than you know, bearer of flame. The final trial lies not in battle, but in the choice you make, to carry the burden of all that was lost, or to let the flame fade and the forest reclaim its own. I met his gaze steadily. I will carry the burden. The flame is not just my own, it is theirs. The lost, the forgotten, and the living. It will burn as long as I hold it. He nodded slowly. Then come. The heart of Ash Hollow awaits. The journey to the heart was arduous, a twisting trail choked with briars and fallen branches, where the earth pulsed visibly beneath the moss. The canopy thickened until night reigned eternal beneath the branches, pierced only by the faint glow of my lantern. At last, I came to a vast clearing, dominated by a colossal tree, its bark blackened and scarred, roots sprawling like veins across the ground. This was the heartwood, the ancient core of the hollow's hunger and sorrow. Its trunk pulsed with an eerie light, a faint glow like embers glowing beneath charred wood. Around its base, the ground was littered with bones, fragments of those who had tried to defy the forest and failed. As I approached, the lantern's flame blazed fiercely, a shield against the oppressive shadow radiating from the tree. The air was thick with whispers, voices layered with pain, regret, and unyielding defiance. From the shadows emerged the final guardian, a towering figure forged of ash and root, its eyes burning with ancient fury. Its voice was a roar that shook the forest floor. You have come far, bearer of flame, but the hollow's hunger is eternal. To hold the flame is to hold the sorrow of countless souls. Will you bear it, or will you let the darkness consume all? I raised the lantern high, its light casting long shadows that danced wildly across the twisted bark. I will bear it. The flame will not die. The battle that followed was unlike any before, a fierce tempest of light and shadow, of pain and hope clashing in a brutal dance beneath the ancient tree. The guardian struck with roots like spears, lashing with furious strength, but the flame blazed higher with every whispered name, every memory kindled against the night. The ground trembled, the air crackled with ancient power, and the forest held its breath as light and darkness warred for the soul of Ash Hollow. Finally, with a cry that shattered the oppressive silence, I plunged the lantern's flame into the heartwood's core. A surge of brilliant light exploded outward, bathing the clearing in golden radiance that pierced the shadows and illuminated the twisted roots. The guardian screamed, its form dissolving into a shower of glowing embers that drifted upward and scattered like stars returning to the night sky. Exhausted, I sank to my knees beside the ancient tree, the lantern's light steady and warm in my trembling hands. The hollow's hunger had been pushed back, for now, but the weight of the flame settled heavy on my shoulders. I was the bearer of memory and hope, the last ember's vigil against the endless dark. And I would carry this flame until the forest remembered peace. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a fragile moment between night and dawn. The glow of the ancient heartwood tree had faded to a gentle pulse, its scars softened by the fading shadows and the persistent light of the lantern I held close. Exhaustion weighed down my limbs like lead, but deep within, the flame burned fiercely, a stubborn, living thing fueled by memory, hope, and defiance. The battle beneath the heartwood had left its mark on both the forest and my soul. The guardian's form, once a towering tempest of ash and root, had dissolved into countless embers, each drifting slowly upward like fireflies reluctant to vanish. Their light scattered through the canopy, weaving through the branches and spilling into the deepest recesses of the hollow's dark heart. I knelt beside the tree, feeling the tremors beneath my fingertips, the roots pulsing faintly, like the heartbeat of a wounded giant. The earth seemed alive with stories, old as time itself, stories of love and loss, of courage and surrender, of lives claimed and memories preserved in shadow and soil. The flame in my lantern flickered softly, as if sensing the weight of the moment. I closed my eyes and whispered the names I carried, the forgotten souls who had become part of Ash Hollow's fabric, whose echoes now fueled the light I bore. Their voices rose around me, a chorus woven into the breath of the forest itself, strengthening the fragile boundary between dark and light. The air shifted then, warm and alive, carrying the scent of rain and fresh earth, a promise of renewal. From the shadows emerged the watchers, their forms more solid now, no longer flickering shades but guardians reborn by the flame's light. Their eyes shone with gratitude and solemn respect as they gathered around the heartwood, their branches swaying gently in a rhythm that matched the pulse beneath the soil. One stepped forward, the elder with bark cracked and silvered by time, and spoke in a voice like rolling thunder softened by moss. "You have done what many could not, bearer of flame. You have embraced the burden of the hollow's sorrow and turned it into light. The roots will remember you, your name etched not in stone, but in the living heart of the forest." I rose slowly, the lantern's glow casting long shadows across the clearing. The forest around me no longer felt suffocating, but alive, breathing in rhythm with the pulse beneath my feet. The hunger that had threatened to consume all was pushed back, held at bay by the flame of memory and defiance. Yet I knew this was not the end. Ash Hollow was eternal, a place where shadow and light danced an endless dance, where stories could be lost or saved with every flicker of flame and whisper on the wind. With careful steps, I turned away from the heartwood, the lantern's light steady as the first pale rays of dawn broke through the canopy, spilling gold onto the forest floor. The roots beneath seemed to settle, the whispers softening to a gentle lullaby. I carried the flame beyond the hollow's borders, into the waking world where shadows gathered in corners and silence stretched between heartbeats. I was the bearer of flame, the keeper of stories, the guardian of memory and hope. And as long as the flame burned, Ash Hollow's hunger would never claim victory. The journey ahead was uncertain, but the light within me was eternal. And so, beneath the endless sky and ancient trees, I walked on, into the dawn, carrying the flame.